Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show. So without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the, what is it? It's the Friday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to have quite a long stream because we are alone tonight. Me and you, chat. What are we going to get up to? Maybe we'll do some pen tool development a little bit later. But at the moment, maybe some gaming even. But at the moment, we're going to be working on some Insignia dev. A little bit later, we've got a sound effects meeting with Elias. But I've been doing some quality of life updates in the Unity editor to help make making content really easy, as I do quite frequently, UX designer. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. Hey, on Twitch and on YouTube. Big thank you also to Logvon for the most recent follow and Pixel Fireplace for the most recent subscription. Thank you so much. So, single for the night. Not really. I'm just, I'm just not, I just don't have my wife with me. So, Overwatch yesterday was pretty big deal. There's a lot of Overwatch stuff that I think we talked about yesterday already though, so I won't bring it up. But I've been going through the announcements and just checking out what's new on that. As far as Insignia goes, I can show you what I'm working on today. In fact, we could just jump straight into it. I don't think we've got any reason why we need to hold off. Let me just also move this way. That's a bit better. I should have more space left and right. I don't know why it locks me off that way. Alrighty. So, let's talk about what I've been doing today. I have been doing a bunch of little bits and pieces that make my life a lot easier. So today, I fixed a bug that made. Oh, we'll do a demo update today, by the way. So I fixed an issue with the sword. Not like you previously could just combo downwards infinitely. You can't do that anymore. I made it so that when I'm working in the editor, this hierarchy is even more organized now than it used to be. So previously, it would just take everything that would be under this object thing and just sort it alphabetically. But now it sorts it by type first and then alphabetically. So these here are all alphabetical, but like in this case here, let me find an example. So here, they're like sequences and then a bunch of toggles at the bottom. So anything that has this like condition toggle on it, that will show up after all of the sequence events. So now I can do a little bit more. It's just like more straightforward for me to like look at a scene and know exactly what it is that I'm looking at and where everything's going to be. It's just nice and neat. I also have been doing a little bit more formalizing of how I do very specific NPC interactions and cutscenes. It's something that the game has not had a formal process for. There's no one size fits all for doing cutscenes in this game, because there's a distinction between characters that have like a series of things that you can say to them, like Rose at home, the Armin's mother. She has like 5 or 6 conversations and she's just always standing there, and it just picks between whichever one you haven't said yet, basically. Hey, Queso Renette, I'll show you that in a bit. Yeah, on YouTube. So there's those kinds of NPCs. Then there are cutscenes where they can include NPCs, but you don't start the cutscene by talking to the NPC. The NPC like appears as they like appear in the cutscene rather than them being the thing that drives the cutscene. So that's 2 different things, right? You've walked into a trigger box, cutscene starts, NPC walks in, is very different from an NPC that you just talk to back and forth. And then there is the concept of NPCs that you could talk to, but conditionally. Like, this NPC is here because of this thing that's happening right now. And when you talk to them, yes, a cutscene begins, but that NPC won't be here under this different condition. So you need 2 or more instances of the same NPC for different scenarios. And what I've been finding when I'm working on the game is that I'm kind of having to negotiate between the different workflows of like which of these I'm actually trying to achieve, if that makes sense. So like, I want to make them all easy to do. And it's very easy to make custom components that do one of those things, right? Like, I have this thing called a sequence instance that lets me like basically auto-populate a whole bunch of stuff for a cutscene that will just appear once, right? That's fine, but not every cutscene is that. So the other workflows that don't use that, is there a way that I can kind of like get them up to par? Or like, can I, you know, in the in the 3 workflows that we have, if there are a bunch of quality of life updates here, and these workflows will also use them, then what you hope is that you get something that looks like this, where all of the branches of the workflow take advantage of the quality of life updates. So it's stuff like that that's a little bit, it just requires like quite a lot of finessing or making sure like, hey, am I doing this right? Because the result is I'm sitting here in the scene editor and I'm adding, you know, hierarchies of game objects and components, and I'm, you know, wiring everything up. But if it's done in a way that's not the same everywhere, then that gets a little bit complicated. And if it's done in a way that is gets superseded by some better way later, that's also not great. So I've just been working on little quality of life updates. Like last stream, we worked on this little enable disable thing, and also this toggle children. I just added that today. So basically now I can say, hey, here is a wrapper game object that manages the condition for this cutscene and this NPC. And by default, I don't have to say which transforms get affected by this condition. It's just everything under the children, like everything that's a child of this, will get disabled or enabled based on this condition being true or false. We also added, like, I've made them red and green now to describe right now in the game that's running, how are these evaluating? So I can see, oh, okay, this character, right, Wilhelm, will not be snoozing here because these aren't true. And there's an and here. So like, if I flip them, now he'll show up there. But that's not how the game is. In the game, you have to have met those conditions. So it's a funny one because it kind of, you know, it there's a lot of these things that show up in the game that are like that, where you really want to you want to get it right. And I just noticed now, like, even this, like, there are lots of little rules that affect how things work that are not wrong, but you have to be watching out for them. So just these, I toggled this on. When I toggled them off, Wilhelm didn't disappear from the scene. Why not? Because Wilhelm is no longer part of the hierarchy for this scene. He actually, when an NPC gets created in the scene, all characters, when they get created in the scene, they go to the root. Maybe that shouldn't be the case, but right now that's how it works. Because if an object that can move is a child of another object, it inherits. You know, if you have like a ship, and the ship is moving, and you put a character on the ship, and you child them to the ship, they will move relative to the ship's movement, so you don't get jitters in the logic. And so, unparenting NPCs from their parent object is helpful, but I guess the question would be, do you want to do that every frame, or when do you do that? Like, Armin will unparent himself constantly unless he's on an object that's tagged as a platform. And I guess right now all the other NPCs work that way, but that means that if this condition becomes false, then then it's not going to disable him. So I would have to add him to this to make that work. And the point of this, of why I'm investigating this, is 6 months from now, if I come and look at this, how am I going to really understand what this means? What's the implication of this? It looks like he's the only thing being toggled here, but actually because toggle children is checked to true, it means that all of this is also going to get toggled as well as Wilhelm. So maybe I need sort of a debug underneath that lists all of the things that will be toggled by this. Sort of similar to how I do this. If I press play, I get this lovely debug that tells me if this is going to play or not, or if it's playable or not. So stuff like that. It's just like, because there's so much story in the game, and what we've just added, I added a little bit of conversation between Armin and Wilhelm here. There's like 4 places where Wilhelm exists in the game now that change based on conditions, and that the dialogue implications are very minor, you know. How game dependent is the coding? This is extremely dependent on the game being a non-linear kind of like action adventure. If it was completely linear and it was like level based, I wouldn't need half of this stuff, because you wouldn't have to maintain the game state between the different conditions. It's really the Dark Souls-esque way that this game has like NPCs that pop up and disappear based on different scenarios and what the player has done in the game. That aspect, trying to make the world this like living place, that's what makes it really complicated. So, KSuroNet says, can you remind us briefly how you made the sorter in the scene tree? Yeah, I'll show you that. So this is what I call the hierarchy processor. I'm thinking I might put this on the asset store. I like it so much. What it does is I have a type array here of things in the game that I want to be sorted. And I have a case here, a switch case, that just has strings under which each of these types will be sorted. So it actually looks like the hierarchy as I would want it, right? This is the headers, these are the types. So that's what I do first. I just have this reference. And then what I'm doing is I'm basically just asset modification processor. This thing runs essentially anytime you save the scene. So as long as you're inheriting from that, this will run. And then on will save assets, that's the event callback. So I'm just saying, hey, like check the whole scene and just sort everything that lives underneath, that meets these conditions. And by sorting, what you do is you have like your headers first. The headers have what's called a sibling index, or at least every game object has a sibling index, which says, hey, relative to my parent, which could be the root, which number am I in the list? It's just an index, right? Like if this was an array, you know, that would be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, etc. So you would just place all of the children underneath the parent index iteratively until they're all underneath it. Well, underneath the header index. So like level here has an index of 6 or something like that, if you include the negative space. So then these all say, put me at 6, put me at 6, put me at 6. So I basically fill it backwards from the last thing to the first thing. I fill it with things that should be living underneath this 6th index. And then I make sure that they abide by the type orders first. So all of the, all of the engine script, or like in this case, let's go to sequence. All of the playable directors are above the sequence instances, which are above the condition toggles, which are above the quest toggles. And then from there, I make sure that they are sorted alphabetically. So you can see like near background forest 1, near background wall. Those are the same kind of thing, but they're alphabetically sorted. Whereas like door is a different thing to the camera. I could even do subheadings, but I didn't want to do So that's how I do it. As far as the tags go, it's literally just the name of the thing plus a bunch of underscores. Not very complicated. And then a big icon that sits on top. And I do that with a texture. Is there a hierarchy icons? This is how I grab the icons. It's a bunch of texture 2Ds that are loaded from the path. And I just literally find the game object that I want, and then I place the icon on the object. It's like a GUI.draw texture. So it's literally just like, it doesn't care what's happening. It's literally painting this icon as a texture right on the hierarchy at this position. The rectangle gets the selection, which comes in from here. So when we draw a custom icon, yeah, that's coming like straight from hierarchy window item on GUI. So it's literally getting pulled from an event that gets called by the hierarchy itself. It knows where we're at, and it would be like here would be the point it's starting at, and that would be the rectangle. So I'm saying, hey, like, place the icon right there. That's how I'm doing it. It's not like there's no secret like icon field for game objects. Actually, there is. It's these icons here. Maybe that's what I'm doing. I can't remember now. It's been a little bit. I think I'm literally just drawing an icon right on it. I don't think I'm icon equals icon draw texture. No, I'm just straight up drawing it. So I think I set the actual icon to nothing on this thing. So normally it would be this here. In fact, it might even still be being drawn underneath the icons. I might just be drawing straight on top, but that's how I do it. Yeah. We could, like, if I was super ambitious about it, I could draw the icon as like a actual like stroke all around this or something like that. Or I could have the icon include the underscore. We could do something fun like that, but I don't really need it. I like it as it is right now. Okay. So let's get back to it. What else did I do? Oh, there's some other things here that, again, really, really small things that I've done today, but that are kind of critical. So there was this thing that was happening. That was happening in this cutscene with Wilhelm, where, see this like purple rectangle here? That's the camera for the cutscene. So there is a timeline track here that enables this camera when the scene starts. So it fades in. You can see that little line there, fading in. It fades into this, or like moves. It interpolates towards this camera when the cutscene starts, and then it interpolates away from this camera back to the normal camera when the cutscene finishes. So that's great. It means I can have a custom position for the camera. I can zoom it at a custom level. But I have in the game a separate system that's called like cutscene camera. That's sort of just like it's like a camera that's always in the scene turned off. And when I say camera, I just mean a virtual camera. It's a thing that controls the actual camera's orthographic size and position. So I have this virtual camera that's called a cutscene camera. And all it is just a slightly tighter crop than the main action camera. And most cutscenes that don't have a timeline like this, they're just like a bunch of dialogue, will just benefit from the game zooming in slightly. And that's how I used to do it all the time. I just always zoom in. But that extra zoom means that if you have this and that thing at the same time, that extra little zoom, then it's like this will happen. So like the cutscene will start, that zoom will be applied, then this camera will be applied, then the camera will get unapplied, but the zoom will still be applied until after. So I'd get the situation where like the camera would move back to its normal position and then it would zoom out because this extra thing is being applied. So like all I did today was made a rule which says, hey, if there's a timeline attached to this asset and the timeline has one of these clips, force this to be set to true to ignore that setting that adds the extra zoom camera. Because I still want to be able to override, I still want to have that option to zoom in for cutscenes that don't have timelines. But if you ever do have one of these things, just don't, just get rid of it. Stuff like that, if you don't have like the UX of this, the fact that I can't check or uncheck this and it's already set to what I need it to be, saves me so much time in debugging. Because like this morning, I was watching this cutscene and there's actually another cutscene where it happens here where, pardon me, you know, Armin and Harriet would be finished talking and then the camera would move up to here and then it would zoom out, which looked really weird. And I was like, oh, I've got to fix that at some point. I didn't realize they were both the same issue and both of them were like technically user error. Like it was me not checking this box in these cutscenes. But like, why should I have to check the box? So like as a game programmer, UX designer, director, whose job is it when the cutscene doesn't look right? Whose job is it to fix that? As the director, I say, oh, I don't want that camera to be like that. As the programmer, I say, yeah, but I've already given you a feature that you didn't remember how to use. As the UX designer, I say, yeah, but I shouldn't have to remember. So programmer, make it so that I can't even get this wrong, even if I tried. So it's so funny how that happens with game dev. Like you have jobs that are specifically for content. Like I'm here trying to make this cutscene, but like for a second, I have to step away and add a new UX update to my tools so that I use my tools properly, because otherwise it's going to take me longer to make the cutscenes. So anyway, that's what I did this morning. And I've got a few things like that. Just like, again, because like one day I'm planning on having other people do this. In fact, there's somebody in Discord who's been messaging me saying that they want to help make the cutscenes for the game. And right now, like I can't do that. I can't bring them in because I'd have to onboard them with all of the quirks of this feature and of the features, and it's not right. Like it just doesn't, it can't, it needs to be brainless. It needs to be so straightforward that they can understand it just looking, or with like a brief onboarding process, because otherwise it'll take them more time failing at making it and then getting me to help them troubleshoot it than me just doing it myself. Which is bad. So yeah, gotta be on top of that stuff. So we have a new little task we need to do right now. We are now here because I went to lunch there. It's now 1:40. So fix aspect ratio support locked to 16:9. This is a, really annoying issue, which is to say that the game right now, right? This is the game. It's 1920 by 1080. If I put it to 720p, it's fine, just a little bit lower res. If I change that resolution to like 1280 by 800, right now I'm zooming, right? It's like the orthographic size contains all of the vertical content of the game, but now we're cropping on the left and right, and that's not right. We don't want that. So what I have to do is remember how I used to do this and then fix it to do it that way. Because I used to be able to support vertical and horizontal, any aspect ratio, any resolution, just fine. With black bars, obviously, I'm not trying to show you more content than exists in the game. And so because of the way the game's directed, certain things are supposed to be on screen or off screen at any one time, which this is why a lot of games don't have widescreen support, because things pop in off screen and then they walk on screen. So my goal right now is to try and reintroduce the cropping without adding an additional camera in the game. There is an easy way to do it with an additional camera. I don't want to do it that way. I'm quite unhappy to do that. I don't think I have a branch that I was working on for this specific thing. I think these can all go. So I want to approach this from scratch because I feel like I've done it 4 or 5 times across the game, and each time depended on a different like implementation. And I'm at the point now where it's not just about can I do it, it's can I do it without adding more CPU or GPU overhead, because the game shouldn't run slower at non-16:9 resolutions. That's dumb. Especially if you're seeing less content on screen, right? You're seeing less content, the game requires more processing power. That sucks. So let's have a look at what it is that we're doing. So this is a little bit shorter. That's 16:9 there. So this is 16, this is 9, this is the aspect ratio of the game at 1080p or 720p. And the question is, okay, what happens if my camera, or my resolution is just a little bit taller than that? Okay, same width, but a little bit taller. What if I'm at 16:10? Right, a lot of a lot of devices, personal devices, like even the Steam Deck has extra height on it, but a lot of laptops do as well. 16:10 is very common. I think my laptop is 16:10. So what I want to be able to do is simply add bars, top and bottom, to like just render the game, exactly at the same resolution, so that the internal resolution is the same as our 16:9 aspect ratio. Now, there's a few contexts here where we need to care about. One of them is that's right, 8x5. Very good. Very good simplification. So the funky things we have to do here is, one is that I am taller than this, and one is that I'm wider than this. And those have two different things. So there's like taller, and then there's wider. And if it's taller, it's easy. We just put black bars top and bottom. If it's wider, the black bars have to come in from the side. And so we need to know which dimension is increased, X or Y, relative to 16:9. And if we were to try to do this without an extra camera, the goal would be like if we're going wider, I don't have to change the orthographic size. Okay, because right now the camera orthographic size, the ortho, this has an ortho of 1.8 by default, or whatever. There's a bunch of orthographic sizes it switches between. So it goes like 1.8 is like the normal action camera. 1.35 is just like running around inside, like in an interior. 2.7 is like a super wide shot, like a far zoom out shot of like a whole level area. And then 0.9 is like ultra close up. So these are the aspect ratios that I use, not the aspect ratios, the orthographic sizes that I use in the game for 16:9. I did the campfire tutorial. Yeah, on Acebright, correct. So these are the different sizes that I use when thinking about the game as 1080p, right? These go specifically for 1080p. And the reason why is because at 16:9 with 1080 wide, you get, this is 2x, this is 3x, this is 4x, and I think this is 5x. So 180 times 2 is 360 times 3, right? So it's that 1.8 becomes 180 times 2 equals 360 times 3 equals 1080. Most monitors and screens are multiples of 8. I don't know what you mean by that. So 360 times 3 is 1080, I'm pretty sure, unless I'm sorely mistaken. Yeah. So same thing here, 2.7 becomes 270 times 2 is 540 equals 540 times 2 is 1080 again. This is 1.35, so 135 times 2 equals 270 times 4, right? This is like 2, 3, 4, again gets you 1080, and then this is 5. So it becomes 0.9 times 2 equals 180. If you take away the 0.9, 90 pixels times 2 gives you 180 times 5, or whatever it is. It might be 6 actually. Times 6? 180 times 5? No. Times 10 would give you 1080. No? I'm confused. Hang on. 180 times 5 gives you 900. So then 180 times 6. Okay, so these are the scales then. Not times 5. So we've got 2x, 3x, 4x, and 6x pixel scale. Those are the different zooms that I have in the game. But these zooms expect that our native resolution is 1080p. In order for those zooms to mean anything, we have to be ultimately trying to work with a pixel size, like a camera height of 1080p. If we don't have a camera height of 1080p, all of these numbers change, which is a little unfortunate because, well, not only does it mean that we can't, there end up being like different like stops, like a camera, like f-stop. They become like different stops that we would, that become whole integer numbers that we can zoom between while still keeping it pixel perfect. And that's the whole point of this, is that the number of pixels here, this is the height in art pixels that the screen has, that this number is a whole number that multiplies with integers to get to 1080. So the challenge here is that we want to accommodate like what happens when we don't have 1080 pixels tall, or we have some other number and we still need to preserve 16:9. So for example, the most straightforward thing the most straightforward like example here would be the difference between HD, which is 1280 by 720, and the Steam Deck, which is 1280 by 800. This is also the Switch in handheld mode. The original Switch, not the Switch 2. Okay. Very similar resolutions, right? They're almost the same. The difference is there's an extra 80 pixels in height. So the question is, what do we do with those extra 80 pixels? Unity doesn't like there's when the way Unity works is a camera, the orthographic size fills the screen no matter what. That's the point of the orthographic size. It says I'm going to output what this camera sees straight to the monitor. There's nothing going to stop me on the way. I'm going to the monitor, especially if you don't have an output texture here. Is it set to nothing here? So the whole point is that if you have the same ortho size, which in this case, the ortho size for 1280 by 720 is going to be, unfortunately, like 1.8 still works. 1.35 doesn't work as well, or 2.7 doesn't work as well, but I think these three do. So like the idea would be something like 180. So 1.8 times 100 gives you 180. Times 2 gives you 360. Times 2 gives you 720. Okay, so in the game, you have an ortho size of 1.8. Everywhere that the game, like, because the game is 16 by 9, I play test it in 1080p. If I set this to 1280 by 720, I don't have to change any values in the game in terms of the ortho size, right? When I zoom, out to here, this is still like pixel perfect. Obviously, I have to turn off the filters, but but here, if I was to screenshot this, all of these pixels are, snapped nicely and whole number integers relative to the screen's size. Like, I think it's 2x. If I was to zoom on this, take a screenshot of this, go to like Sprite and zoom in. For every screen pixel, right, that we just screenshotted the screen. This is like 1 pixel for his ear. You get 4 art pixels, or a scaling size of 2. Okay, so we know guaranteed that at 1.8, 720p has a pixel scale of 2. Okay, it's just multiplying the game up by 2, which is great. The problem is with something like 1280 by 800, knowing that this number is going to fill the screen, this isn't the number anymore. Because we need this number to get us to 800 now. Right, we need to increase the orthographic size, because if we have an extra 200 pixels, we don't want to zoom in. We want to stay zoomed out a little bit. So I need to increase the size of the camera so that the vertical content on the screen is exactly the same. We don't zoom any further. We're not looking closer in. We're looking at the same distance, but we increase what we can see. And then I'll put black bars in there, right? The answer is yes, black bars. But the problem is that we need to change the camera size to get the black bars. Otherwise, you either zoom in and you crop off the sides. So like 1.8 is where we were at. This is 1.8 for 720 for 800p. This is 1.8 for 720p. Notice how like this is perfect, and this zoomed us in even though we have the same size for orthographic size. So this number needs to go up based on this height going up. So, I mean, we can work backwards, right? If we divide it by 2, we get to 400. I know what the answer is going to be. And then we divide that by 2 to get to 200. We divide 200 by 100 to get to 2. The answer is 2. To get the same content vertically on screen, this 1.8 has to become 2. And then we put the black bars up to where this line is, right? Now we could put the black bars in. So there is a solution for this that I've done somewhere. It's a letterbox mask here. The mask is... I think I can shrink it, but I don't think we'll see it on screen until later. It's not showing up anywhere. Actually, that's not the number I want to change. It's like this one, but it's locked to 3.6. I don't do the sound effects in music. I used to, but now I have a team with me, and I have a separate dedicated sound artist and a separate dedicated composer. Doing it all alone sucked. Screens can be considered multiples of 8 in terms of their pixel dimensions. No, I mean that's not a rule. That's just, yeah. And it doesn't really mean anything if that's true or not. Like the divisibility by 8 doesn't help us. And there are lots of devices that aren't divisible by 8. 8 is a good number because it's even, but I don't think it's a hard rule. I mean, 720p is not divisible by 8. I'm pretty sure. Can you divide 720 by 8? It's 90. Okay. Even so, that doesn't help us here in particular. I guess 720 would be divisible. Yeah, 9 times 7.9 times 72. Yeah, it's 90. Okay. Well, I know there would be numbers. I mean, there are tons of weird screens, right? I mean, maybe I'm wrong making that assumption. Are all monitor sizes divisible by 8? It just feels like a weird rule. No. Common standards are divisible by 8. Yeah, this one here, like 1366 by 768. Yeah, can you divide 768 by 8 and get a whole number? Oh, it's 96. Okay. What about 1366? Well, that's not. Even so, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's not going to help us today. Right. So yeah, my concern, someone said, why not just render the screen at 1080p and then scale it? You can do that, but in Unity, it's not as simple as that. You can, but you essentially have to, you can't blit to the screen, I think, in Unity. You can't just say, hey, Unity, put this in this, like, screen pixels, blit to that. So if you were to render a 1080p screen, you then, I think, need a camera in order to see that texture on a quad. And so what that means is that you have to have an overhead of at least 2 cameras, which are quite expensive in Unity. At which point, some devices, like low resolution devices, will be needing to look at the game through a blurry texture that costs more processing power to create, even though the devices have fewer pixels. That's what I'm trying to avoid. Like, I have a device called the Retroid Pocket 2 Plus, and its screen is 640 by 480. That's the whole thing. I can run the game on it, but not if I do render texture shenanigans. If I just run the game at this resolution, I can get away with it. But not if I have to export a 1080p picture every frame. You know, the GPU is just not designed for that. So is it possible to do ballistic projectiles like a 2D launcher in a 2D pixel art? Yeah, like why not? Why wouldn't that be possible? Pixel art's just how it looks, right? The ballistics is just physics. Of course you can do ballistics in 2D. Oh, Helldivers is top down. Well, either way, you can do ballistic physics, and then if it's top down or side scrolling, doesn't matter, right? Okay. So, coming back to our situation here, I think all I need to do, and I need to make sure this works in both dimensions, X and Y. Because in top-down view, the projectile needs a third axis, right? But the top-down view 2D has two axes, X and Y. Yeah, but you can do other things. Like you can have it look, if this is top-down, you could do this, right? Just offset it on the Y-axis for the height. Right? You just add a little bit on the Y just to make it feel like it's coming off the table. That's not a problem. Lots of games do that. Imagining this is like a tabletop game and we were looking at it slightly down. Even if everything is perfectly top down, you still add this little extra Y offset just to make it feel like there's an arc. Because otherwise it would just be a straight line, yeah? But you don't want it to be a straight line. So just fake it. Factorio does that. Factorio has like a game that's top down, but when you take off in a rocket ship, the rocket ship goes off the screen this way. If it was perfectly top down, it would just come at the camera, but it doesn't do that. It goes vertically off the screen. I mean, if it's ballistics, you can do it. I promise you can do it, but don't ask for my permission first. Once you've got something working, then you can make it look right. Don't worry about that, Shimatsu. The sprites are not a problem. This is about cameras, not sprites. The sprites can be whatever size you want them to be. Okay. So what we're looking at now is we have this situation and we know that we need to increase. So we've just like described something that we want. What we've described is when we have a taller screen, we need to scale the ortho up proportionally. Ugh. Okay. Now, do we need to do something equivalent for when we have a wider screen? I think no. I think the answer is wider equals black bars. I think that's literally it. Because I can already just, like, if I go, let's say we go 1080 full HD, and then we add a new one that's 4000 by 1080, right? The on-screen contents are fine. In fact, it's already doing it. Right, it's already filling the black bars left and right because it doesn't have anything else that it's rendering. In fact, I think I have a masking solution for this. So for wide screens, we actually have everything sorted. It's more for, and is that actually what we're doing here? Is that what the letterboxing is? Yeah, there's the letterboxing. And is that, yeah, there's the mask there. There it is. If I change the size of the mask, if I pause this, change the mask scale, yeah, okay. So we can do this. I wasn't a big fan of how there was a difference in color between this and this. That annoys me. So top and bottom versus sprite and mask. I think I might prefer the darker color here. And is this fully black? It's not. Okay. Well, let's make it the same anyway. Now it's indistinguishable. Are they supposed to animate vertically? Animate vertically? They shift. I don't know about animating vertically. So the only issue is now that we want the letterboxing mask. They are moving up and down vertically. In your demo, they move horizontally. It's this. They move the same way. They should. Let me check what you're talking about. What are you talking about? When you say they move vertically, what's moving vertically? I'm not even sure. They do move vertically. Oh, you're so right. Yes, that's right. They're moving vertically. What the hell? Thank you. Sorry. I was like not following what you meant at all. But I totally see it now. That's something that I changed very recently as a script that's screwing around with their parallaxing to make them swing left and right. Yes. Thank you. Good catch. It's like a debug script. Thank you, Robo. Sorry to be so apprehensive. I'm like, animating up and down? Like the parallax? Like, yeah, the parallax is supposed to go up and down and left and right. Now they will animate correctly. Left and right. Thank you very much. Okay. So, What are we trying to do? We're trying to do the letterboxing, which I think I know where that lives. I think the letterboxing logic lives on this thing called render camera control. There is the letterbox bounds there. Do I do C++? No, I use C#. So letterbox mask dot local scale. Okay. So here's our thing. Letterbox bounds, letterbox mask equals new vector 2 video settings dot native width, video settings dot native height over 100 times ortho factor. And ortho factor is the current ortho, which is the main camera dot orthographic size, over the default ortho. So for our 1280 by 800 screen, we want the orthographic size of the camera to be small, to be a different size. Like we strictly want it to be larger. And right now it's not larger. This is Unity. So first we need some logic happening on the camera. I think it's literally right here. And so the question is now, can we just multiply this by some number? So like, get ortho diff. Get integer scaled ortho size. There's something here interesting. Screen res is what? The current resolution. Okay. So what does this do? Get integer scaled ortho size. Let's just do this. And then, hey, fake coffee. We will still have, there will be a Clinkers equivalent soon. I will replace it. Don't worry. And this is the target ortho. Okay, so this gives me 1.33333333. If I go out here, what do I get now? 2. Okay, so this function actually gives me the answer that I want. So this is supposed to be 2 because it's 1.8. If I do this, it's 4, which would be great. That seems right to me. So it just means that at this integer scale, it's 1.3 recurring, which is not a nice number. But we have to expect that to happen. There is something that's like, we could use just 1 in this context. If I say exactly 1, for the Steam Deck, I don't think that would be appropriate. That's too zoomed in, right? Why is there no more Clinkers? Because they don't sell them anymore at any of the shopping centers that I go to. Do I often use AI? Sometimes I do prompt the AI to tell me what I should do next if I want a specific thing and I don't know how to do it. Like just using it like Google. Yeah, sometimes. So like 1 is no good. I don't actually know. How do I get the next number down? I mean, I could check at 800. So like, let's just do the logic here. 800 for I mean, it gives us pretty straightforward whole integer numbers. Like well, for 720 we had, let's come back here for a second. Like if I take this and I say, okay, well, 1.35 is 3 times 2 is 270 times, what's that, 3 equals 720? That can't be right. That would be some different number. What am I getting wrong here? Maybe 720 doesn't work with 135. Well, it does work, but it's 1.21. No, it is 135. Wait, is that a... No, that's not properly integer scaled. So there is no integer scaling for 720p. Review my art. Does that include AI art as well? No, certainly not. So like, what is the nearest number that we could go to from 720? I mean, from 720, we've got 540. So 5.4 gives us a number. If we halve that, we get 2.7. Is that right? But that's not a number. We get 1.8 works. What are the resolutions for 720? I feel like we've done this exercise before in here. Like 2 weeks ago, I'm pretty sure we did this exercise. Yeah. Okay. So at 720p, we have 3.6, 1.8, 1.2, and 0.9 are our correct resolutions. And what I'm trying to do right now is pick approved resolutions that are really close. Like the difference between 3.6 and 2.7 is quite a lot. If I say, hey, this is a screen where we zoom out, but this doesn't look like anything because it's not right. If I set this to 3.6, like, yeah, now all the pixels are pixels, but like it's a different screen entirely. We're not even looking at the same game at this point. I mean, we are, but like, you know what I mean? We're not looking at the same content because I'm cropping so much width in. I'm showing you so much more. So it's supposed to be 2.7. I mean, that is different from that. You know, you can see like the extra path down here and extra things up here. Here you can't. So I think where we left this last time was that we would decide that we wouldn't scale up. And if we are to just, if I was to bring all of these settings back in, now the question is like, can I deal with this? Like, am I okay with how this looks? In this context, for example. Am I okay with that? It mostly still looks good. but it's not great. I don't actually know what this will look like on a Nintendo Switch. Like, will you get the flickering? I mean, you probably will get the flickering, but I don't think it looks bad per se. I think it's okay. If I do the fancy lighting as well, I think that actually does overdraw the texture, which will make it look smoother. Yeah, that's the best you're going to get. So what this is doing is, this is the expensive way. And the expensive way says every frame I am going to export 1080p and I'm going to squash it down to a nice thing rather than using the 720p that we've got here. So I think what I'm doing here is I've got this 2D renderer data. Let me just turn this off for a second. Hang on. This doesn't need to be here anymore. I think this is my issue. There is a feature here where I am... Where is it? I'm overdrawing by some amount. This render scale. Is it the HDR? Quality? Render scale. I think it's render scale. When I bring this down... I think you get a different outcome. Yeah, everything here is drawn by me. So if I turn it off, now it's 1, and that doesn't look as good, but not by much. It just looks a little wonky. Especially with everything else turned on. Now it's doubled. And I think there's something here where, yeah, there's something that's not great about how the game works right now when zooming. So you can see here, yeah, here I'm at a non-perfect resolution and it actually looks pretty good. And the reason why it looks good is because I'm doubling the render scale. And then when I'm at a resolution where I don't need to do that, I just reset it back to 1. But I feel like it might actually be better to leave it at 2 all the time. Like the performance hit of having to switch between them might be worse than just leaving it at 2 all the time. Not sure. I think with dedicated devices, it might be something where they have GPUs. Like even the Switch might be able to handle this, no problem. I don't want to pre-optimize. Okay, so back to our 1280 by 800 problem. The answer is just snap the render scale to this this other value. But it might not even be integer scaled. How long am I working on this project? I've been working on this project since 2017. Not full time the whole time, but a lot of it. So get scale author size. Let's try that. So now looking at the camera, we get, hang on, I gotta, well, I've picked a very big game. It's my fault. This is because I am who I am and I've made a game that's very big. You don't have to spend 10 years on a game. You can spend 2 years on a game. What is target ortho? Oh, that's what comes in. So 1.8. Screen ortho. Over. Screen pixel scale. .96 blah 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 blah. Very annoying number. And what is screen pixel scale? Screen ortho over screen pixel. That doesn't seem right at all. I think I just want to send this. That's too big. I want to take the 16 by 9 ortho size coming in, and I want to scale up if the screen is taller than 16 by 9. Yes. Try that. That's better. But that's 1.35, which is where we were. That's 2.7. That's the same as where we were. But it's not the same. I want to maintain the same ortho size. It's in Unity. Hey, Thorkel. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. What just happened? Oh, This is not considered taller than 16 by 9. Why is that? The aspect is the width over the height. It needs to be smaller for the height, I think. Yes, that's better. 2.43. (1.2). Is this zoomed in more or less? I think it's zoomed in more than if we were at 1280 by 720. 1.35. I go 1280 by 800. It zoomed in. I think it zoomed in more. Yeah, it must be. So instead, we want to go. Like that? No. Wait. With the black bars, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, I think that's right. Yes, that is right. The camera didn't get any bigger. We didn't zoom. We didn't zoom at all that time. So now the on-screen size of everything is the same. We just need to bring in black bars, top and bottom. This is for Steam Deck. Good. That's actually exactly what I wanted. Just this. Perfect. All right. So when we go into render camera control and we're looking at the letterbox mask, the Y of this auto factor, is something different. So what's that? Ortho is 1.5. Ortho factor is 0.83. I don't think we would want to crop 83%, so I'm not sure what the ortho factor is. What if we were to take this and do that? What does that do? 1.2. I mean, same difference, right? It's not the ortho difference, it's the aspect difference. So I think this is already fine, but I might need to swap this out for screens that are wider. So this is, where were we? The super wide. It's actually doing what it's supposed to do. Let's just let that fix itself. Okay, we're back. Okay, so for the super wide, that's fine. But then when we go by 800, the letterbox mask, I don't know the difference between letterbox mask and letterbox bounds. That's really bothering me. Why are these two things separate? What is letterbox bounds? They're two separate transforms. And this one here has bounds and mask. So the sprite is that thing. And the bounds is this thing. What does it mean for us? Why do these things have to be different? I'm struggling to understand. Right now, the mask is 16 by 9. I see. And the sprite is, I don't know. I'm struggling with that. I guess it would be the difference between the two is what becomes black bars. But then I don't know why mask. Well, we're cropping anyway, right? So that's no good. This is tough. Also, we're supposed to catch up with Elias right now. So, we want to pull, in this situation, it's really more just this, which needs to be further in. The UI is not scaling correctly, but that's okay. I'm just making sure that I'm not confusing myself. Letterbox sprite, letterbox mask. I think the sprite just needs to be as big. I'm going to rename this. It's too confusing. There we go. Okay. So now the question is, what happens when I change them? Right? If I turn off render camera control, and then I'm over here, I just need to understand how this works. If I bring the mask in, what happens? So I change the mask. That reveals the letterbox. If I bring the sprite in, so the sprite should always be just the size of the whole screen. That's it. So letterbox sprite dot local scale. The letterbox bounds should be the same. Yeah. Sprite should be the same size as the final point camera. Video settings, screen width, screen height times H, which is the camera auto size by 2. That should be fine. The mask should be scaled according to the author size to maintain the same coverage. Correct. So this is what I'm trying to change. The mask y-axis dimension. So in this case, what I want to do is I want to go to the camera. I want to turn off the script to stop doing it by itself. And then on the mask, I wanted to change this scale so it does something like that. That would be ideal right now. So what did I do? I changed the y-axis. And in this case, I made it a number that is smaller. 3.6 becomes sorry, 4 becomes something like 3.4, something like that. So then I need to multiply this height, multiply by video settings dot get scaled auto size. I don't know if that's right, but I'm just gonna guess. Not right. Let's just go like, I mean, right now, the mask is never going to be, it's just going to be whatever it wants to be, right? It's just going to be the same size as the screen. If I make this ultra wide, how does that change it? Because right now the mask width. Oh, the sprite. Oh, I understand. The mask is always 16 by 9 at the height of the current screen. At the height of the current screen. And the sprite is filling the rest of the area that's not covered by the 16 by 9. Okay. The mask is currently 16 by 9 at the current height. This works great for wider screens, but not for taller ones. So if the native ratio 16 by 9, 17 by 9, 18 by 9, which is over 9. If it's less than 16 by 9, then it's taller. That's correct. Okay. So if I go here, this native ratio is this. And then have I got a 16 by 9 ratio? So this native ratio should probably be something like native is, oh, that's literally 16 by 9. So screen ratio is that. So it would be something like if native ratio is less than video settings dot screen ratio, then we have a taller than normal aspect. I don't know what this is trying to do. Let's just back up for a second. Stop telling me what to write. I'll write it myself. Hang on a second. Let's just take what we have right now. I like it, but let's undo until we have our original code. Okay, so this happens if it's wider. Cool. This happens this screen res, screen width. This is basically video settings dot screen ratio. Local scale equals native width, native height is just, well, okay, that's fine. Can I just say, sure, whatever. Vector to native dimensions is that, or native scale. And then that's where you do that, that's where you do that. Okay. So then I can say this is this, and then I can say if we do this, then instead we times equals that. Better to do it verbosely. But you could even say times equals this, but that's fine. I think that's really good. Now, that's not quite what we want. Not quite right. So it is taller that we want this to happen. And then something like this, I think we need to flip these two. I don't know why GPT doesn't seem to understand what I mean by taller, but it's right now. So that is the same thing screen content wise as that. Yeah, That's what we want. So when we go, notice when we go to 800, the contents that we can see is the same. That's what we want. It might be like 1 pixel that's a bit different. It's so minor though. But that's good. That's the game as it was intended to be seen, but on a Steam Deck. So if we had a 1x1 monitor, something silly like, where's my 1x1? I thought I had one. Oh, square. Yeah. So this is 1080p in a square. The only thing that I have a problem with this, I mean, it looks whatever. It looks whatever. If I go up to 1x, that's literally just how I meant for it to be seen. The problem is that the UI is scaling to the actual screen dimensions. So 2K monitor is just is this? So that's just exactly what you get. It's just, you know, whatever. It's just that. It looks like 1080p. Same difference. Except the game slows down for some reason when I do this. So I'll turn that off. There we go. Cool. So yeah, a 2K is fine. Wait, 2K is 1080p. What are you talking about? You mean 4K? Yeah, if it's bigger, there's no problem here. Don't mind the tears in the tile sets. Okay, so now it's just the UI that we need to scale back down. Why is 2K 1440? How is that 2000? Is it 1920 much closer? Isn't that what the K stands for? Is how many pixels wide? Right. My personal recommendation is switch out the NPC for a cat. Why? Everyone likes cats. Yeah. I don't know why they call that 2K. That doesn't make any sense. Because 4K is just double 1080p on both axes, right? So 2K is just bigger. Bigger 1080. Bigger than 1080. Call it 3K if you want. But why is it 2? All right. So, okay. Let's look at... Now, how do we scale the UI? That's pretty straightforward because I have a script that does it. It's called UI Scaler. And then I think it's right here that we need to inject the scaling feature that we want. So let's ignore this. Get out of this. So we're here. And then we want... Gee, that looks yucky. We want... Hey, Squiggy. How's it going? Yep. Cool. Sorry. Yeah, I'm... We're in the middle of video resolution conversation. If you want to... Yeah, I can pause this. Like, I know where I'm not going to lose my place here. So let's jump into doing sound effect stuff, shall we? Is it... do you want me to spin up a Google Meet meeting? Or is it something where we could just do it over Discord? If there's a lot to look at, we can do a meeting so that we can remember the notes. But otherwise, I'm happy to just jump in Discord if it's easier to listen to. Up to you. Okay, let's jump into Discord then. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey. Good. And you?
I'm doing all right.
It's good. Cool. So, what do you have for me today?
I have the Langston sound effects.
Sweet.
Um,
How would I
looking
best
for.
peruse them?
I can share my screen. That way you
Yep.
don't have to.
Yeah, go for it.
You don't have to do anything funky on your branch right now.
Yep. That would be my preference.
Um, so the implementation is still a little bit rough around the edges. Not every animation has sound.
Mm-hmm. It's okay.
Um, I'm mainly looking for feedback on like the characterization.
Yep. Mm. I think right now, especially on those higher pitched ones, the pitch adjustments that are happening over time are a little drastic for me. And it makes it sound a little less, it doesn't sound as organic. It sounds more like a spring being wound or something like metallic. So maybe just rather than having so much pitch variance, on average, keep it a little lower. I'm not sure how that would sound. Maybe I'll let you adapt it how you think it should work because I don't actually know how you've modeled it. So right now, I think the wow is so it's so like geometric.
It's like too much.
Yeah. That it just doesn't sound like a thing that
Gotcha.
a vocal cords are making. Um, in general, I think a little lower would be my where I was going for it. More like just like a bigger cat, like rather than um, like Puss in Boots. Instead, sort of like I don't know, just a little deeper, like 20% towards like a bobcat or like a mountain lion or something like that would be the direction, but not full on lion, just a little deeper. That's going to be hard again because we still
Cool.
have to like
Okay.
filter the game through that like chibi lens that we've got. But yeah, just a little deeper than where it's at right now.
Gotcha.
I think other than that, could you play it again?
Sure.
Yeah, there's obviously like a little bit of what's the word? Uh, tension or like overlap between like the sword, the sound of the sword, and the sound of the vocals. Maybe that's what I'm
Yeah,
hearing
I'm feeling
that
that
makes
as
it
well.
feel more metallic. Is that have we got two layers there?
There's the foley of the sword and the vocal over top of it. I'm
Mm.
thinking we'd probably want to do something similar to the um, Wolverine,
Hmm.
where the vocals are kind of preempting the actual
Yes,
like telegraphing,
I think I agree.
rather than
This might be something that
purely.
we do globally, just like as a rule. Um, whenever we have, whenever we end up overlaying the sounds like this, I feel like it creates a bit of confusion. So if we stagger them out by using the vocal as a telegraph, that seems perfect to me. I'd be happy for you to try that.
Sounds good.
Cool. Okay. Is that enough direction for now?
Yeah,
Great.
yeah, that's great.
Sweet. Okay. Well, I'll let you keep on keeping on with that, and I'll catch you on Monday.
Sounds good.
Cool. Have a great rest of your
See you
week.
then.
See ya. Cool. That was fast. Alrighty. So I think Elias knows. He knows better than me how to make adjustments to that kind of stuff. Um, now let's go back to demo updates. Ta-da. So Let's have a think. All we wanted to do was have this update. So if I go here and I press play, it's to do with the way that this is scaled. So if we go to the engine and we go to UI, this is doing the job that we want to fix. So if I scale this down, maybe if I turn it off and scale it down, unfortunately, I think it might need, that's interesting. Oh, I guess the HUD's on a separate thing that has another scaler on it. Okay, so I changed this and then I changed that, and that's what I would want it to be, something like 0.75 and 0.75. That would be accurate. Now, yeah, I guess it's the visible area. We need to scale down by the difference between the visible area now and what the visible area would have been at 16:9. And that comes from times this video settings.get screen scale, I think, at 1.8f or whatever it is, get scaled ortho size. I'm not sure what this divided by 1.8 needs to be, but let's just try it like that. Turn it on. No, it's gone way bigger. Are we dividing by? Again, this might be one of those things where we have to check if it's wider or taller. No, that's not right. No, it should just be the difference between the current. It's the current. Get the ratio of the current visible height relative to the camera ortho size. Hey Yo-Yo Bob, thank you so much for the streak. Welcome. Okay, so visible ortho size is what we're looking for here. And visible ortho size is defined by the output of this letterbox mask's scale. Now, I don't think we have a static way to look at this. So instead, we need to grab the mask local scale, and it's this value that we need to determine what it is. So scaled, it's like visible ortho size is what this needs to be. Something like letterboxed ortho size. Okay. But in this case, it's not ortho size, is it? It's what is native scale? Render camera control native scale equals this. Okay, let's just take everything. Let's go back to video settings. Okay. So what we're doing here is getting the local scale. I think we just want to return, in this case, return that. No, it's like, yeah, just get the normal author size. Otherwise, yeah, try that. Yep. Try that. So, this is get letterbox author size. Try that. Okay, but it's divided by. Still not right. That sucks. What are we getting out here? 1.35. Oh, I see. I think you literally subtract it, right? Like, or is it really delta there times delta? And then we multiply by the delta here. Boom, that's it. I got it. Cool. So 720 by 800, 1280 by 800, 1280 by 720, 1280 by 800. I lost it. 1280 by 720. So it's the same now on Steam Deck and on Switch handheld. They get the same experience. Now, let's make sure it's the same on super wide. Yeah, perfect. That's great. I fixed it. Awesome. Perfect. So now I would say we can support common resolutions, you know, and this is like 640 by 360. So if I have my VGA 640 by 480, 480p, that works too. The game runs at 480p. Just not great on these zoomed in levels. But if I pause it, the UI is perfect all the time. So it's just a question of like, what can I do in this context? I could zoom in further. It wouldn't be very good. I could do the over render. So if I have the fancy lighting turned on, you know, you get a little bit of blur, but I think it might actually, I don't know what that would look like on my handheld. I'm gonna try it. Back at 1080p. We get nice pretty graphics. Okay. Cool. Great. Amazing. What about the community to really show the AAA industry what's what? What do you mean by that, Shahudi? What are you trying to? What do you mean by showing the AAA industry what's what? It's a very vague sentiment. Okay, so all of this updates game to natively support non-16:9 resolutions with letterboxing. Cool. That was on my to-do list. Those moments in life when I played Heroes of Hammerwatch on PS4 with people from the world and we honestly wondered, why is this more fun than trash? I mean, it sounds like then it already does exist in Heroes of Hammerwatch, right? It sounds like you already have that experience. Does the UI scale? The UI is pixel perfect at all the resolutions. So thankfully, I don't need to do anything with that. It just knows what to do. Because the UI is integer scaling. You know, if the UI is a little bit bigger or a little bit smaller, it doesn't affect anything. Even when I go to like 640 by 480 or whatever it is, you know, 480p, the UI there, assuming I turn off all my fancy nonsense, the UI here is still perfect. Because the UI was actually designed at 480 by 270, which is tiny, and it's just integer scaling up at whatever, you know, whatever you want it to be. So if the book is a little bit bigger or a bit smaller, I don't even think you even notice it. In fact, I don't think I'm ever doing that. I guess I don't need to because we're cropping if it's taller. I don't know at what resolution this wouldn't work. Let me pick some random one. 960 by 960. I guess that's a bad one. I don't really have integer scaling set up for 960. Huh. Then what would you do in that case? That's an interesting issue. What is the answer to that? At that point, I feel like we have to start thinking about, oh, that's a problem too. Shoot. prey. There's a lot of fiddling at that point. But there's an issue here. I can't see Berta because the camera's getting locked. Like, there's more content off screen than we're allowed to see. Why is that? Is that because I'm always taking a 16:9 slice from this size? Okay. So I have to reduce this. There's like a level scrolling edge here. And I guess it's taking this height and using that 16:9 from all of the black letterboxing to determine what we can't see. So now let's go over to, it might be action camera. Yeah. Okay. It's time to show the market what fun and cool games really mean, philosophically speaking. The thing is, all right, I'll read the rest of your comment. You have to show the market where the truth lies every now and again. And I'd even say we have a problem in the gaming industry. It's like Linux versus Windows. It's not about truth, this or that. It's about where the market can take software or anything else. And right now, it looks really bleak. I think in these contexts, I agree with you philosophically that like it's important that we stand up for the kinds of values that we want. I agree with that. But I don't think it's that productive to say that out loud. Because it's kind of almost ignoring the fact that everybody, like the whole indie scene, every single person making indie games right now is expressing their values on what they want the market to be, right? Like that, we're already doing that. Like I'm making this game the way that I'm making it because I care about games being this way. Everybody individually is trying to express themselves in a way that's optimistic into the market. And if you're not doing that, then it's probably a bit cynical. But it's not a question of like having this conversation. Because I feel like if you're the kind of person who's just going to make smart business decisions and just make as much money as possible, use as much AI as possible, you know, shortcut as much as possible, you're not going to listen to that conversation. And if you are the kind of person who was going to listen to that conversation, you're already doing the cool, you're already working on your passion project and, you know, doing it in a way that's as humanistic as possible. Yes, I think so. So we can only hope, you know, I think activism's fine. Like if you want to push and lobby for more funding for games in your industry, in your local industry, that's a great thing to do. Here on Twitch, I think we all agree on what we want out of the industry, I think. On which games make us feel special, or even if we don't agree on which games make us feel those special feelings, we all agree that we want games to do that, right? In general. So this get closest point to X edge. Where is the aspect ratio here? We have the camera position. Okay. Half width is camworldsize.x. What is this value? Cam world size. Yeah, I think that we have to reduce this number by that scaling. So let's just do this. Let's take this number. How did I do it in UI scaler? Hey, there we go. Fixed it. So now we don't accidentally cut off half the screen just because we have a really tall screen. Sweet. Okay. Everything else still behaving correctly? Very good. Oh, there are thousands of communities online where you can find like-minded creatives to work on a passion project with you. The lack of here's the thing. If you want to see more games on Steam that look like the games that you love, the reason why they don't exist is not because there aren't people coming together trying to make good games. It's not that there aren't people in communities looking to work and team up together and who are enthusiastic about making games. That's the supply of interested people. The problem is not the supply of interested people. The problem is that there's a filtering process, okay? From that supply, okay? Here is all of the people who want to make games, who are excited to make them, who will do it for free, right? As a hobby or whatever. Maybe you do revenue sharing so that if the game does make money, you just split the profits together. This, you got the sound effect artists, the musicians, all of it, everybody, programmers. That's a huge number, hundreds of thousands of people around the world. But then there's the people who can afford to do that for a long period of time. Long enough to get good, right? So there's like a contingent of this set, a subset, which are actually good at what they do because they've done it for long enough. Then there's the people who have the opportunity to get their project funded or to scale their project to include new team members. You know, maybe anybody can start a solo project, but if you want a project with 10 people in it, well, that's a much smaller set of game projects that get to scale to that size, right? And you probably need 10 to 15 people to make any, even solo games. Even Animal Well, even Stardew Valley had like 10 people minimum helping those games get shipped, even if they only had one person like as the primary developer. Just like I'm the only developer on this project, mostly for the most part, but I still got 5 people who helped me out. It was solo, but I've had a lot of luck and a lot of opportunity to get to this point now where it's like, okay, now your game has like, it's good. Like, oh, so like you've spent time, you got experience, you've got opportunity on this one project, and you've got like a good production. You've got like actual good direction, right? Because it's not just passion and experience. You need to know what you're working towards. And this just gets smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, such that the games, Stardew only had help for porting to Switch. Everything else was Eric. Right now, Stardew Valley has a whole team that's not Eric working on it, as far as I know. I don't think he's the only person who works on that game. And I don't think he did the localization for that game if it has other languages that it supports. And I think he had a publisher for the first couple of years that the game came out. So we're not talking about making the game necessarily. We're talking about people who need to be involved in the project. Like for you to get to this point where you're a hobbyist to you have a game that people are playing that was your brainchild, it's very rare that you get to go to release and succeed as one person. Like I wouldn't even, it's not even, it's not a scenario you should aim for, you know? Nonetheless, the point is that it's not that there aren't people who are excited to make games and and if you were to ask them what kind of games they would make, they're all those games that you guys that you're describing. All of the games that people want to make are, you know, aspirationally what we as players want to play, because that's what turns players into developers, right? Yeah, this is a Zelda remix. The thing is, it's so hard to get to the point where you have something that's like had the time to be good with the people who can make it good and the right luck, and you release the right time, that by the end of it, like these games that you're like hoping to, like the Hollow Knights or the whatever it was, Hammer, whatever, those games end up being a drop in an ocean of games that were released by people who were just hobbyists, who just were mucking around, or, you know, companies who aren't in this filter. They're not in that filtration process. They're AAA or they're AA or whatever, or gacha games, or just completely separate things that happen to compete with this kind of like indie solo, what's the word? Endeavor. So a lot of stuff has to go right, and that's why not that many games seem to meet that aspirational vision. It's not the people. Everyone wants to make those games. It's just that along the way, it starts to become obvious to a lot of these people that, like, I can't make this, so I either have to settle for this or work for this or work over here doing this, or it's just like people get whittled away, you know? It's really hard to make the kind of game that is like a once in a lifetime, you know, amazing super hit. Even Stardew Valley, like Stardew Valley is successful because Stardew Valley is Harvest Moon. Do you know what I mean? You guys have seen Harvest Moon? Like, you know, it's not like you can mitigate risks. You can mitigate risks by picking aspects of the project and not trying to, you know, iterate, not trying to like innovate in all of them. You know, if you try to slim it down and you're working off of a model that works, that's one way you can mitigate risk. There's still tons of risk. You know, any game is incredible. Any game is an incredible achievement. But even the games that succeed they're like doing the best they can to minimize the amount of risk. Like a game like, for me, when I look at games like Shadow of the Colossus, to me, that is the like pinnacle of game dev in terms of like a project that is trying to do something unconventional with an original IP in a reasonable amount of time. I mean, even Shadow of the Colossus is technically sort of like a sequel. It's very rare. It's very rare to find a game that is a wild success and a complete innovation. The innovations exist, the big successes exist, the quality exists, but to find them all in one, that's not something you can just say, oh yeah. Like Minecraft was built off the back of Infiniminer. I think that's what it was called. Hey, Banners Eurogaming, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Like, there was a community of people making games that looked and played like Minecraft before Notch made Minecraft. And yeah, there's a difference. Like, yes, this was obviously Minecraft is way more appealing than this. And it took Notch seeing the opportunity to recognize, oh, what if there was a whole above ground, below ground game dynamic? And, you know, obviously that's amazing. But I guess my point is it's very often circumstance that leads to these amazing successes, not genius. Because Notch has not made another Minecraft since Minecraft. Like, it's not that Notch is such an incredible genius game developer that everything he touches is a $1 billion franchise. It's that he was a competent developer, worthy of making Minecraft, who happened to be in the exact Minecraft-shaped box in the industry, you know, in the right place at the right time to go, oh, what if I made this? And then I think what tends to happen, and I've seen the reason why I'm so confident in this, and I promise you, I'm not trying to take anything away from the developers. I've made a bunch of games before in game jams, okay? And I've had game jam games that came together so easily that I had music, sound effects, story, everything done in like 40 hours, you know. And those games, like the predecessor to Arrowbound, that game, I made that in 2018, I think it was. 2018's like 8 years ago. Like, I should be, if I was to make a game jam game today, I should be able to smash that. But actually, yes, I could make something that looked better, but the game happened to be, as a project, I didn't know it at the time, but it happened to be a formula that would just work. Like, it was just like a neat formula. So I had an easy time making something, and it scored well, and I didn't have to be a genius to make it because it kind of like made itself. And I think that's what happens with a lot of these projects. Like the really, really amazing, like Minecraft, I think probably felt like it was making itself for Notch at the time. I don't think Notch is this like incredible super genius, you know, design master that could find the exact right mechanic twists in every way to make a $1 billion franchise. I think it just so happened to be that at the time, the forces that were impacted on him, the way that where he was, the time he had, the community he was in, led him to something that built itself out quite neatly. That's how I think about it. And yes, you can be a design genius. That's possible. But more often than not, there's a lot of like domain control that's happening to find that success. A friend of mine, Daniel Linson, is, I think, the most decorated Ludum Dare entrant ever. I think he's the guy who's won Ludum Dare the most out of any people. He lives in Sydney. And I am in awe of him. Like, I see him and I'm like, man, what a genius. We had a chat like 6 months ago, and he's like, I could never do what you do. He's like, I could never make a game bigger than what I make because I'm not very good at programming. That's what he said. And I'm thinking to myself, like, how could it be that someone who has won Ludum Dare like 4 or 5 times, how could he think of himself as not a good programmer or not able to make what I'm making? Because I feel like I'm bumbling through, you know, not my career. I feel like I'm only just scraping through Insignia. But the reason why he's able to do that is because the Ludum Dare format is the kind of game that he likes to make. Like, that's his whole thing. So he's controlling the domain in which he has to be creative. His passion is making, like, essentially like little toys that you can get, that are games. He has these little fun little ideas. He doesn't have the personality or whatever interest to tell a big story in a big world. He doesn't do a lot of world building, but he does do a lot of neat graphical tricks. He does do a lot of thinking about, simple mechanics. So looking at the industry and wondering, like, how do we get more good games? Daniel Linson, he goes by Managor on itch.io, I think. All of his ideas are very neat, as in, like, tidy. He has such a great aesthetic. He doesn't break out of that aesthetic very often, but it's very apt for the kinds of games he makes. So the point is, for people to find their niche and make the kinds of games that we all think of as, like, incredible, passion projects. Like, yes, it takes passion. Yes, it takes community and getting together. Yes, it takes luck. Yes, it takes experience and persistence. It takes all of those things. And it's a mistake, I think, to look at the success stories and say, that guy's a genius. I think instead you have to look at the aggregate and say, what kinds of factors have to go right for these once-in-a-lifetime games to come out? What kinds of things would I have to do or be prepared to do? Like, what if I'm not lucky? What if my idea doesn't work out straight away? Like, what happens if Eric Barone, who made Stardew Valley, wanted the game to have competitive multiplayer? Like, what if that was just what he wanted to do? Maybe there's a Stardew Valley variant where instead of it being life sim, it's competitive multiplayer. And maybe there is a genius game in there, but he might have had to solve different problems on the way to making that game. And if that's the kind, maybe you're trying to make the competitive farming sim, it's a very difficult question to answer. Would Eric Barone have solved these problems better than me on the way to making this game that's like Stardew Valley but has competitive farming in it? So I think, like, for me, I don't know why I'm digressing a little bit into this specific thing, but I think it's important for people who want to make good things, because I've been doing this long enough that I have a good sense of this aspect of it. Sometimes game dev is easy, and sometimes it's really hard. And I think that design excellence is about navigating the hard parts, not about making good stuff. Like, you can set a low bar and clear it. That's possible to do. It's possible to make the best version of tic-tac-toe in the world and not be a design genius. Also, setting the bar way too high and missing it is not honorable, in my opinion. I don't think that anybody should be buying Insignia just because Insignia is a really hard game to make. And I know that it's a really hard game to make. Like, I can accept that I've aimed too high. And we also shouldn't treat the people who set the bar reasonably high and clear it. We also shouldn't treat them as geniuses too. I think the people we treat as geniuses should be the ones who can continually set the bar higher than the last time and clear it. That's genius, I think. Being able to, like, consistently raise a standard and consistently meet that standard. to me, that's like the real thing. And when I say that's the real genius, I'm not saying that we should all aim to do that. I don't think genius is that important. I think good games are more important. As consumers, as players, it's whether or not Nintendo can reinvent Smash Brothers 4 times in 2 decades is actually not that important to me. Like, I care about that as someone who cares about the franchise, but I don't think we should aim to all be design geniuses. I do think we should aim to innovate, and I think it would be nice. It would be nice if we all worked towards a design efficiency that minimized risk and minimized loss. Like, it would be great if all of our game ideas that weren't good had minimal effort applied to them, and we were able to find all of the game design ideas that were great with minimal and put maximum effort into them, such that of all the games that come out, they're all 10% better than last year, you know, and all the bad ideas get 10% less energy put into them. That would be great, but I don't think that's your responsibility. I think, like, it's kind of weird to think about the industry that way. I think about it that way because I'm a design student who is obsessive about philosophy. But for everybody else, I think just like understand that the delta between what I'm talking about and what the world is like, that's what we call luck. Luck is getting pocket aces on your first hand. That's luck. You could be an amazing poker player and not have pocket aces, and you can't win a hand where you have 2 and 7, you know, maybe if you bluff really well. But if you have a bad hand, you know, if your first game you try to make is actually just like a really bad idea, but you couldn't tell until 3 years in, because whatever, it just was hard to tell whether or not the elements were going to come together. Bad luck, you know, like it doesn't mean you're a design idiot. It doesn't mean that you're bad at design. It just means you tried something and it didn't work. It's very rare to see someone get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 attempts at making better games. Like, what's the sample size? How many Insignias am I ever going to get a chance to make? Probably not that many. So whether Insignia is good or not, it's really hard for me to look back at that project and say, this is a reflection on my abilities as a designer. I hope I can demonstrate design excellence, but not everybody will have the opportunity to do that with their projects. So to put a big bow on it, yes, we all want to make good games. Yes, there are a lot of enthusiastic people who haven't had a chance to try making games yet. But as a player, when you say, I want to know why we aren't showing AAA how it's done, it's like, it's because it's really hard to do that. It's really hard. How's that for a rant? Hey, Only, thank you so much for redeeming Focus Mode. How is that for a stun lock? No, I don't think I articulated myself very well. I think I got lost in the middle there talking about Stardew Valley. Probably shouldn't have mentioned it. I think sometimes when I make judgment statements about other games that are successful, it makes me look really bad. So I need to do less of that. even if I think those opinions are valid, or if there's some broader message that I think is valuable in that comment that I'm making, it just doesn't, the vibe's not great. All right, let's merge this in. I guess I could edit it out. Let's make a cool game just for fun. Yeah, but how good is the game that you can just make for fun? How good is it going to be? How big is it going to be? The best, sorry, I'm going to close chat for a bit. I can't get off track. All right. So it's now 3:44. What else did I have to do? That's important. That's okay. That's okay. Ah, we did this. See ya. Sick. There's a lot still. I think I should push this to itch right now. I think I should do that. I think I'm at a nice, neat spot. This is not great. I will update that, but I'll do that in the next build. I think right now it's good to just do a build. It's 3:45. We've got all night tonight because wifey is out. But I want to have a nice Friday afternoon. I want to work on the drawing tool. I want to work on impasto. Okay, I'm bringing you back, chat. Don't worry. Oh. What? Oh, this is an editor script? Ah, that's okay. That just goes there, and then I can build it again. Yeah, I fixed the camera scrolling. I have a lot of passion, you know, like it's really, I feel like I've learned like an insane amount these last 10 years on game dev. And I know that I'm not inherently the kind of person who makes things that people obviously see are like, I'm the kind of person who tends to make things that aren't obviously valuable, or at least viable straight away. It's like I have a thing that I'm aiming for, and it can be very abstract and left field, and it means I spend a lot of time like what looks like the wilderness. And I like that, and I think that the hit rate of doing that is always going to be lower. The more like lateral you try to go with mechanics or ideas, or even if it's like, yeah, iterating on things. Like the input system for Insignia's combat is could be so much simpler. But I'm excited to make things that are weird, and I do want to make weird things that are objectively good. The last 3 weeks have been really I've been quite vulnerable thinking about how much time that's consumed trying to innovate this way. I think the story is probably... I think I could have made a game that had Insignia's story in about 3 years. And I could have made a game that has Insignia's combat and polish in about 4 years. But making a game that has both has been like at least a 9-year ordeal. It was the doing the everything is the hard part, I think. Thanks, Shahudi. Yeah. And I can see it. Like, I look at games made by fewer people and I'm like, this game has a simpler art style, or this game doesn't have dialogue, or this game has all the same NPCs, or this game's NPCs don't animate at all, or this game's black and white. You know, there's like major stylistic constraints that a lot of games that come out made by fewer people, or like the same amount of people, have, that because I tried to do everything and allowed the ambition to creep in, I'm just gonna have to pull it off or die trying. Yeah. Like even Owlboy and Iconoclasts, which are like my North Star games, I don't like their combat. They both have shooter combat, it's not melee combat. And just that, you know. And they're also not free Metroidvanias. They're both more linear. So just those two things add so much more complexity. Like, Iconoclast was made in Construct 3. Dude, that's like a web-based game engine. Like, it's so limited compared to what Insignia is, like Unity is. I know I've not overcomplicated it, but I know that I've pushed the game to do things that require so much more energy. And I'm not sure, I would say like most of what's in Insignia that's complicated is not necessary to make a similar looking game. It's just, yeah, I guess a lot of the work has been kind of like me learning. Yeah, I think you could do the juice as well. I think I'm just, what's the word? The car that is my brain tends to, the wheel alignment's off a little bit, and I'm always just not distracted, but like swayed into places that are academically interesting and could have really, you know, valuable things inside of them, but that other people don't seem to be as distracted by. I think other people a lot of times look at some of the barriers that I come up against and they go, oh, I just won't do that. And I go, how do I get over that? Like I assume that everybody else tackles the same problems that I'm tackling and that they do it smarter than me. But actually, I think that the key skill that I lack is being able to say, no, I don't need to solve this particular problem, I'll just make a game that doesn't try to solve that problem. Like, I'll tell you one big one. Here's a really, really important one. A lot of games have, a lot of pixel art games do this thing where there'll be like a character, and the character like zips above an enemy, does like a big spin, and like comes down onto the enemy and like does a massive, you know, hitbox attack and kills these other enemies, or like does like, you know, runs up to an enemy, knocks the enemy into the air, does a big combo, and then slams them down or something. Like these very flashy things. And I'm pretty certain most of those games that do that have very it's very scripted how it works. Like you could just can the animation, you know. You don't have to like apply velocity offsets to all of these things and track motion and do root motion. Like you don't have to do all of that stuff to make the flashy moment look good. You could just do it and just can it. And it can even be something that you do, you know, you don't even have to have gameplay during this. It could just be like you press a button and it does like a QuickTime event where this set of flashy things happens, and players aren't going to appreciate whether or not it's happening in physics or not. It's just like a thing that looks cool visually. In fact, you could argue that like if you're just an animator, you could make this thing be cooler by hand animating it than having it be happening in physics. In Insignia, it happens in physics. And it's like, why does it happen in physics? Like, why am I trying to make combos real in Insignia as opposed to just like drawing canned animations of Armin doing a bunch of cool sword swipes and then like slamming an enemy down? It probably would look even better doing it that way. But like, I went for something that, yes, has more potential, but I don't know if that potential is valuable. Like it was sort of more just like, can I do it? You know, more so than like, would this make my exact game better? I think that's, in a way, it is scope creep, but it's like technical scope creep. It's like, I can make my game do this. At the start, well, it even, how do I put it? There was a within scope technical reason why I did that, but like, I don't know if the outcomes of chasing that technical innovation are worth that extra scope. I think that's the thing that, yeah, harder to validate. I look at Jonathan Larson as constant inspiration using up his lifespan. Same with Jim Henson. But if they weren't the way they were, you wouldn't have unique things that they brought to play. That's true. I also once saw the inside of a university and studied something. The result was burnout syndrome, personal bankruptcy, and so on and so forth. There's a happy ending to the story, but it's not a classic happy ending like you find in the story of a retro game. I mean, look, I want to believe that like pushing yourself to learn about new things is always going to be valuable to you. I think humanistically, like, that's such an honorable thing. Like, I want to reward. I have nieces, right, and they're like 12 and 10, right? 12 and 8, I think. Maybe 13 and 9 now, going on this year. And when they express creativity and curiosity, it makes me so happy for them. Like, it's like the one thing that I feel is objectively valuable. You know, when one of my nieces is like, can you help me with division? Like, I want to know how division works. Like, it makes me so happy to share that with her. Like, oh, it's like multiplication but backwards, or like whatever. Or like when one of them, she's doing crochet at the moment. She's making her own tops with crochet. Oh, it is too loud. Oh gosh, it's been loud for ages. Sorry. Dude, You guys suffered through that for ages. You know, when I see my nieces express creativity and curiosity, I think that's good. That will lead you to a better place. But when it comes to like making a game, you know, or like business, sometimes just like aligning with stuff that is going to work and not being curious is the better play. Because like practical and curiosity are two different things. It's impractical to take on risks, creative risks, because it's a time investment that you don't know is going to pay off, right? If you try to learn something and you don't learn it, or you fail, or it doesn't pay off, it feels like you wasted something. Maybe that's just a capitalism thing, but that's why academically interesting sometimes feels like a pejorative. Because like as a 34-year-old, if I spent 10 more years on a project that didn't make money, I would consider that a horrific failure. You know, if at 44, I made 2 Insignias and neither of them were like, did much, I would probably like, I would need like intense therapy to get through that. You know, because why would I waste my time? It does feel like wasted time at that point because you only get so much time. I would have chosen instead at 44, I would choose to like spend it with my family or like just do a day job. You know? Why would I do that? I have started therapy already. I've been there. It's still hard though. It's still hard. Because you have to be motivated, right? You have to be aspirational. Otherwise, why would you do it in the first place? If you don't think you could succeed. I think that for me, in a way, like the risk is exciting. To some extent. Insignia 3. I'm not doing 3 Insignias. I'm not even doing 2, honestly. Maybe if someone paid me a lot of money. If the first one does really well and people pay me a lot of money, I'll do a DLC where you get to play as Rekka. Bro, why is this taking so long? 238 scenes? What am I doing here? Did it add all of them to the build index? Oh no. That's 23 and it's only like 10% of the thing. Uh-oh. Should I stop? I think it might actually finish building with all the scenes, but it's the whole game. Oh my god. Hey, Max Payne. You just play the first scene and you wish the player goodbye. That's great. I honestly though, sometimes like, oh yeah, that's way too many scenes. In fact, it did this thing, look at this. It doubled up on the scenes. It built every scene twice. I don't know why it does that. I need to fix that. All right, let me see if we can play this thing. First of all, my wife and I have this little inside joke we do, where we say, first of all, and then you say the thing, and then you say, and first of all, and then you say the second thing, and first of all. It makes each one sound like equally emphatic? Yeah, all the things are first of all. Good. So Swizz, you should have your 800p support now for Steam Deck. I'm not happy with why VSync, like VSync, is it just every game ever where if you turn VSync on and you have a monitor that's like a high frame rate, that it just VSyncs to the highest frame rate? Okay. Well, I would have thought that like what VSync would do at 60 FPS is basically have the screen wait, or the game wait for the next frame, or just, you know, blip the frame as often as it could. The FPS is capped if you turn VSync off. Like with VSync off, it's exactly 60 or 120. There you go. With VSync on, it's 180 right now for me. It should be 60 with it off. I don't know why it's 120. Did I do that? I don't know. It is what it is. I should check that. Whoa, that's perfect. That's like dead on the visuals. But here it didn't seem like it was. No, that's pretty dead on too. That looks crisp as hell. Okay. All right. Well, I'm happy with that. Cool. All right. Well, let's push it. And the next version that we do will be the Steam version. I don't know about that, D. Shahudi. I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name right either. Shahudi? So this is 200. Oh, it's only 200 meg. Who cares? Okay, let me push it to itch.io. Stratagems. I don't know what that is. Do you mean like having the character reflect what the player is doing in the UI? That doesn't seem too ridiculous. Insignia builds 9 alpha. Can you imagine your 2D pixel character typing on some kind of wristwatch, a large, bright digital display appearing, and the inputs being shown on the screen as arrow keys? So in multiplayer, you can see what they've typed. I don't see why that would be unrealistic. That just seems like a game UI concept. Oh, chat. Chatty chat, 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 chat. I need to tag my releases. Oh, there's me doing a tag for 0.8.6 alpha. No, I can't change the name. You really can't rename a tag? Can I delete a tag? Yes. Okay, well, at some point I need to find where the others are, but that's okay. The upload should be done. Almost. And then... .9 alpha is on the 6th February. Hey, Thorkel, thank you so much for those subs. Thank you so much. Adds scenes to adds content updates around Watchtower updates, support adds new support for non 16:9 resolutions. Among what other updates did I do in this version? This is where another version system would be good. Having the previous one would be really good. If we go to Discord, actually, we might be able to see. Let's have a look at the alpha test. I do have the dates, thankfully. So 7A, no, not open, but update announcement. 8 alpha came out on the, well, I actually literally had them written there, but the 24th. Okay. So everything that I've done since the 24th is the current patch. That's so much stuff. Just let ChatGPT clean up the text. I always fear that it will change the text in some way and that I won't be able to validate it. That always scares me. So, yeah, it does show the diff. I just auto accepted it. Yeah, that's good. Sweet. Okay. So now let's have a look at these and we'll just get rid of the ones that we don't think should be player facing. Not you. Not you. Add support for enemy vocal suppression. Nope. No. Yes. No. Updates, sequence editor, none of that's important. Updates, sequence player. Too more stringent about when it uses dialogue pins, doesn't matter. I guess it's just like quality of life updates for dialogue box positioning. That's first, sound effects implementation. Updates hierarchy processor. That doesn't matter. That's an important one. This we can move up here. We could just say cutscenes and sprite animations. Updates equipment menu. Yep, that's good. Fixes issue. Yep, good. Stops snake bounce from happening if player is dying. Yep, good. Harriet dialogue not be skippable at the start of the Athenium. Good. 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 Updates door code to avoid false positive connections. Yep. That were resulting in player loading in at a different position and incorrect. No, I like programming as well. Programming has really clear win conditions. You press the button and it works and you go, yes, done. Pixel art, you're always refining. Okay. Those are the commits for 8.9 alpha. So let me just push this one. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Save. Demo is up. 0.8.9 alpha is live. Have at it. Look at that. Which version marked 0.8 and which marked 0.1? 0.1 was like in 2018. Every patch that's been in the last year has been 0.8. .9 will be the Steam version, and then 0.10 will be any content updates after that. So the way that versioning works is, you know, the first digit is like a whole, like the game, like Insignia 1 is version 1. Insignia version 2 would be like the sequel, or like some major shift in the game. You know, like if it was a Adobe Photoshop 2 is different from Photoshop 1. You know, it's like some major feature change, and you'd expect incompatibility between the two. So that's version updates, and then the second point is feature updates, and then the third point is bug fixes. So we're at 0.8 because it's still chapter 1. It's the same chapter 1 from 12 months ago, but there have been progressively bug fixes and quality of life updates that I don't think any of them warrant being, you know, second point updates. Maybe once we added the crucibles, that could have been the new point. Maybe that should have been 0.9. Maybe it was. I don't actually remember. But that's where we are right now. That's all. Can I search for this? 0.7? 0.7 was 2025. Okay. So I did do a feature update between 2025 and now. So that's how we got to 0.8. Cool. That's huge. And all of these, like basically everything from here to here is based on feedback you guys posted in the forum. A lot of it is basically closing open threads. I still have more to do. Those are for next week. But it's starting to become manageable. Yo, we back? We back chatting? You could ask me. It would depend on what I thought of the project, to be honest with you. Because you're asking me to gamble, right? You're saying, do I think I'll make back the money that I would have lost if I had charged you for the service as a service rather than going revenue share? So as a business opportunity, I have to make that distinction, which means I have to see what your project is and I have to know how much work you want me to do. I'm not saying no, I'm just saying I'd have to see. All right. Cool. So it's 4:36 p.m. It's Friday afternoon. I'm very tired and I don't feel like working on Insignia anymore today. So should we work on Impasto and then play some games a bit later? We'll play AoE later. I'm not playing you until you're 1000 elo or 900 Swizz. If that's what, I don't know if you meant between each other. I shouldn't say it that way, but have you got an elo yet? Did you get one? Where are you at? Okay, if you reach 800. Oh, you're playing a different game now. Oh, wow. That's new. All right. I haven't played Age of Mythology ever. Let's put the insignia away. I can't believe we solved the aspect ratio stuff so smoothly. I really sat down for like 2 hours and just went like blah, 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 and then at the end I was like, okay, it's done. I talked so much. Oh, I can't like take on, hang on a second. If it's like Adam do all of the art for me, that's not possible. I can't do it. I don't have any time. Like I'm already plates fully full with Insignia. If it's like Adam do the logo or like Adam design the character, no problem. But if it's Adam like animate hundreds of sprites and do the backgrounds and do the animations for the effects and no. Sorry. I've got something else I'm doing. We're busy. Shoot your shot, but yeah, that's my answer. So, what's happened here? Oh, nothing happened. It just looks bad because it's red. Dude, they still haven't finished that. I'm like, I want to get back into the tower. So I feel like there's more to be done at the tower, but it's tough. I think Prime and TJ learned games are hard, man. You can't just make one in a week. So today, I want to see if I want to get a start on solving this problem that we have with Impasto. So when I do this, right, correctly, it fills in this rectangle, but it fills it in twice. Okay. So what you're seeing here is you're seeing this shape, And then on top of that, you're seeing this shape. So what's happening is it's being drawn over the top. And that's why it's darker, because it's literally the same opacity twice. 534. I think you could climb from there. So what's great is that we can fill in the shapes as we like this. That's perfect. And the vector representation of this is going to be really nice. In fact, what I'd first like to do is add a debug. That's my first thing. Let's do that first. Okay. So maybe if I press the tilde key, I want to show all of the points. How do I dismiss this? Control J, okay. On Chrome, I always remember that the downloads screen is Control J because that's how you get to downloads. That's how I remember it. You just go to the downloads page, Control J. All right. Hey, how's it going, Fu? So, we got input here. I mean, I have packages where you could just pay for it. I mean, that's not a bad idea, but that's kind of a weird license. I don't know. That's like the Unity runtime license. People hate that. People hate Unity for that. If key equals tilde, then draw vector debug. Okay. Adobe. Hey, I'm creating the competitor right now. That's what we're doing in this moment. Look. All right. So, for every shape, draw. Sure. So for shape S in yes. I'll call this canvas. Oh, it is. It's literally get canvas. Yep. Go. Okay. See? See how good that is? You can do this, and it's not a vector spline, it's an outline. So I'm actually very happy with this. I mean, it's pretty good. The only other thing I want to do is I want to be able to make the points. Oh, that's not right. Well, it would be here in where are we pushing matrix? That's a setup. Push matrix, draw shapes, draw debug. Oh, draw debug is after. Sorry, I mean draw shapes debug. This is called processing. So part of draw shapes, I guess we could say s dot. Oh, we could say, well, if debugging s dot draw debug, and then I can have this bool debugging, and then I can have input boolean, and then I don't need this draw debug. I just literally take this and then get rid of this, and then say inside of shape at draw, do that. Cool. So what's great is that we can do this. See this? That becomes that. Okay, perfect. The next challenge is we want, when we do this, for these two to unite. That's what we want. We want them to essentially become one shape rather than remain as two shapes. That's like the big difficulty here. Can I do that? Times zoom? Divide by zoom? Perfect. So a couple of things actually we're not doing. So first of all, let's commit this and say adds debug when pressing tilde. And the first thing, a couple of things I want to do. One of the things on the task list, in fact, let's actually make a task list. Let's go to Figma, or we could just have like a to-do file here. Okay, so the first one is, in fact, I think it's supposed to be like that. Add offsets for control points when simplifying shapes to preserve arcing bends. And then unify shapes of the same color drawn on top of each other. That's going to be so hard to do. And then allow holes in shapes. Rather detect. So, I think we are doing this. think we are technically doing it. The struggle that I have is when we, let's check what the logic here is. Bitmap trace. I think we get a list of shapes here. Yeah. And yeah. This is the problem. So right now, when we draw a shape, yeah, that's right, Squiggy. I might need your help today. Okay, so biggest problem we have right now is that drawing a circle fills the circle and then finds the interior shape and fills that too. So we have two overlapping shapes where what we would technically want to do is also I added a history states and I added pressure sensitivity. And scrubby zoom. So what we want to do is, this is what I'm trying to understand. P5JS does let you cut out donut holes out of shapes. I imagine processing is probably the same. Well, I hope that's the case. I was asking GPT about this and it seemed to disagree with me pretty wholeheartedly on the strategy that we took. So I just want to make sure that we have a strategy that can work. Because right now what we're doing is when I draw a shape, and it's filled in, it's just a shape, right? A shape is an edge chain right now. And so as long as the points come back to the end point, it's always considered a chain and it always fills the chain. That's what we have right now. If I wanted to cut a hole in this, what is that in the data structure? You would expect that would be another edge chain. Okay. So when I draw this and it says, okay, you got two edge chains. Here's your edge one, here's edge two. GPT was pretty intent on doing like some sort of winding logic where you have clockwise edges and anti-clockwise edges. And I think I'm familiar with that logic. It's not the first time I've heard the concept of winding, but I'm not that familiar with it these days. So the idea was something like, it's an edge has two sides. There's like this side and that side. And so somehow you can tell which side you're on at any one time. You could like treat this as like there's the clockwise edge going this way and the anti-clockwise edge going that way. I'm not sure I understand why that's necessary. In my mind, oh, I just got it. It just clicked. I think I just got it. So like the way I see it is like you've got an edge, right? This, or an edge chain, and the chain marks out a shape. And what I want to know is I've got my chain and I need to add metadata to that, right? Like a color, like this color belongs to this chain and this empty color belongs to this chain, right? The interior chain. And how do I know when I am dealing with this versus this? Well, the answer is if I start at this one and go clockwise, I will wrap around. The thing I'll wrap around is this space. I won't wrap around this space. Something like that, maybe? Yeah. Like if I added like like little teethies, little teeth, the teeth clockwise of this path that I'm walking around, those teeth face inwards. If the teeth were facing this way, they'd be touching this shape. So that's how I know what's what. Clockwise from the edge chain, that's the interior. The next thing I don't understand is the storage data structure for this, for these two shapes. Like this space, is that owned by this space? Like, is this chain possessed by this? Or are they just two chains? Two chains. like how does this chain know that it is cutting out of this? That I don't understand. I imagine what I have is like a field of shapes, and then somehow it determines what's what. So you have begin contour, right? Let's have a read. Begin contour and contour function create negative shapes within shapes such as the center of the letter O. So does that mean that you have to know, in this case, you have to know that this interior space is owned by this exterior space? Right. So in that case, GPT was disagreeing with the strategy we all agree on. I agree. I think that's right. The problem I have with it, and I think this is why ChatGPT didn't like it, is, okay, so I have this shape, right? And this shape is a donut, and that's great. Okay, here's my shape. And here's my other shape. And now I have two donuts. Okay, yum, yum. My question is, if I draw a new stroke, do I have to poll every shape and every contour to determine if I've passed through that in order to unify them into one? Because this goes from being, the data structure here is, I have one shape, two shape, I have contour one, I have contour two. So I have four things nested into each other. This is like a binary tree, I guess. Or just, you know, yeah, you got like the whole collection, which contains two shapes, which each contain one shape. As if I do this, now I have the whole thing, which contains one shape, which contains 1, 2, 3, 4 child paths, because each of these is split in half. The restructuring of this to this, I wonder if that's unwieldy. I wonder if that's going to be slow long term. And I'm not sure if Flash slows down when doing stuff like this. I actually don't know where its performance bottlenecks are. So maybe I'm being overly dramatic by worrying about this. Right. So like, but if I went to, you know, Flash 8, and I just showed up here and started going crazy. Like, is this just, am I just being like dramatic? Maybe the canvas size is the point here. Maybe they have limited the canvas for this specific reason. So if I go like this and then do this, is that supposed to take a long time or a short amount of time? You know, that's what I would be concerned about. Just this moment where suddenly it all becomes one thing. Because based on what we've described, prior to this moment, everything is an individual shape. There are like no intersections, as you said. And then after this operation, now they're literally all one shape. Maybe that's not a big deal. Like maybe it's just like, this is like a self-balancing thing where like the more you just ink, you won't be adding new shapes. So it's no big deal. I think that's kind of the beauty of it. I guess it's mostly just me being like, hey, like, should I be concerned? And then also, I suppose there's only one other thing, which is like this and this and this and this. This is not multiple nesting. Like this isn't that we have this outside shape and then inside of that is this and then inside of that is this. It's just 4 distinct shapes that happen to be overlaid. And each of the shapes is a donut. Each of the shapes is equivalent to this geometrically. Yeah, there's no nesting. It's just 3 shapes. They happen to occupy similar space, but only to us as humans because our brains are silly. But to the program, it's the same thing as drawing this. 1, 2, 3, 4. And is there a context where we would have to think about interior shapes? Like, okay, now let's think about this. If I do this, now what? This is where things get a bit funny. I guess, no, in the moment, we cut out that. But then this empty space becomes a second interior Bezier. So actually what we've done in that moment is created this. Like you have a shape, it has now you have your path. Your path has 2 child paths. There's this big hole and then a second hole. So at most, you only need 2 layers. Right, but the most important thing about this is this hole and the blue line if I put it exactly back where it was, that's the exact same thing that it was before. Just making sure. Like there is a hole here and the blue shape happens to be sitting exactly in that hole, data structure wise. Do we agree on that? Or is this doing something else? Is this nesting inside of this? I think it's the former. I think it's just that there happens to be a hole. Like they're not referencing each other. They're just identical, right? Just wanted to be clear on that one point. Like if I change this path, if I change this path to make it smaller, but I didn't leave a hole there. So I'd have to do there's actually some logic that we'd have to do when we change this to ask, hey, is there a perfect copy of this? Because when I changed this, it didn't disrupt this behind it. In fact, these points, I think they are referencing each other. Ooh. Because otherwise you'd have to search for identical points. Like if I draw this is so fun. Do you guys have fun doing this? This is fun for me. Okay. I draw a shape. I draw a red shape inside of it. Okay. If I move it in Flash, it creates a hole. That makes sense. If I move it again after I press escape, it creates a bigger hole. That's how what we're describing, that's exactly what would happen. If I pick this white tool, the sub-selection tool, and I find this edge and I move it, it's not creating a hole. And in fact, when I click this blue shape outside here, it doesn't also create another selection on the inside. So is this a by reference edge chain? Does the red shape and the blue shape share this this inside stroke in the data structure? They must right now. Yeah. I mean, because the alternative would be what? It has to search. It has to find in the thing a completely identical struct of chains that has the exact same points so that when we change this, we also change the other one. That feels a bit silly. So it must be by reference. Until we pick its shape and do something with it. No, but I'm saying in Flash, it's both. Depending on which tool I use. If I use the white tool, it modifies. If I use the black tool, it separates. If I simplify this shape, it doesn't create holes as I do it. So to me, I think it really is thinking of this as one. And then as I move this, in that second, it splits it. I think that's how it is. So I'm happy to do that. So let's write down the pseudocode for what we just described. You call them a word. What is it? What are they called? Contours. Okay, so contour rationalization. Okay, so a contour is an edge chain that falls within a parent shape. Shapes contain a bounding edge chain that forms the perimeter. Shapes can have a list of contours, but never need to nest within each other. Simply a flat data structure. So what happens if two contours overlap? Does it fill back in again? Like if I do this to that, oh, it just broke. And if I do I suppose it would depend on... Wait, these aren't two contours. The contours are the empty space. If the contours overlap, they become one contour. I think that is a rule that we have to use everywhere. That's like a principle of this whole app of if two regions of the same color space overlap, they unify every single time, no matter what. So there is no such thing as two contours that overlap. It's just one contour. Like if I take this and I move it there, now it's the one shape. Which is different from this overlapping that. Oh, that was fun. That, I don't think I would be opinionated about this operation. I think I would let the user decide how that should behave. That feels like a setting. Whether the red should overlap the white or the white overlaps the red. I don't feel like that's... I think that's a tool choice at that point. Okay. So, good. Shapes contain a bounding edge chain that forms the perimeter. A contour is an edge chain that falls within the parent shape. Within a parent shape. Shapes can have a list of contours, but never need to nestle each other. Contours always are always considered negative space within the shape they belong to. Contours can be by reference with any other edge chain in the application. I would just store all the edge chains in one big collection. So Java is a language with classes, and classes are by reference, so it should be fine. I think we only need to worry about the Bezier contours when we're rendering. Like knowing to draw this begin shape or begin contour, that mostly just comes down to knowing when we want to draw, it looks like. Like as long as we're nesting the logic of drawing, it should be fine. But the storage is these points. So I'm not concerned about the storage of the points being something limited by processing. I think that's fine. Morphodieing. Contours and any other edge chain can be by reference, are stored by reference in the application such that modifying an edge will also modify any shapes that also use the same edge. Very good. So that modified will cause any shapes that use it to have their appearance affected. Something like that. So now we need to be very clear about definitions. Okay, I think we can do this. I think that this is an edge chain. this is a shape. We'll call this a chain. We have chains and we have shapes. Shapes contain chains plus some metadata. In fact, a shape can have its chain as a perimeter and also a list of chain, which it calls contours. A contour is a chain. So the chain is the underlying data structure. A shape contains an outer chain and contours, which are chains that fall inside of it. It's a chain of points. Yeah. Edges right now are not stored. Edges are resolved between points. Points have control points. So I should say that we have a point first. A point has two control points as well. So a point has a vector. So a vector, a vector is a dot. A point has a vector for a position plus two vectors for the edge, for the handles. A chain is a list of points intended to be connected to each other. A shape includes a chain of points plus optionally a chain of contours which break out the inside. I think that's a really fine definition of terms. I think that's great. All right. So let's do a refactor. Now, I call my history state, I just store everything. I probably should do a diff, but right now I store everything, every state. So inside of a history is what I call a canvas. And a canvas has your underlying data structure for what's on the page. So the canvas will have, instead of this, it will have an array list of chain called chains. And we don't have a chain yet. So let's go make a new one. And then shape. Instead of having an array list of points, it has a chain. Okay, maybe we could even put shape here and put chain there. So, class chain. Chain has points. Okay. All of this add point, num points, get point, these belong to the chain now. And then drawing the shape means drawing the chain right now as well. Except color. So void draw basically is fill color, points, draw, done. Now, draw debug is going to live here as well. Relax control points probably should belong to the chain. Clone, yep, except for the color. Rescale to view, let's keep that as well. Yo, can I just ask, I feel like there's a couple of conversations happening in chat. Could we have the second conversation happen maybe on Discord or somewhere, if it's just a personal one that's not as relevant to what we're doing on the stream? I'm not saying you can't talk about that stuff on the stream. It's not banned or anything. I'm just trying to keep what's happening on screen be represented in the chat. That's all. So this returns a chain instead. And then is closed, I think, is always the case now. We don't have open shapes anymore. So is closed goes away. Stroke radius can actually live on the shape. So I don't think chains have a radius. Okay. Hey, DMD. So bitmap trace is going to return a list of shapes, but this is going to be a chain first. What is num points? Okay. And then shapes. We'll figure that out in a sec. What else is wrong? Canvas. For each shapes. New canvas. Dot shapes. I mean, we still want that. Clone doesn't exist. Okay. I think our chain, we don't want to... Ooh, I think that's a hard one. I think I want to shallow copy the chain at first. That's not going to work yet. Is there any gameplay you can watch? Well, I'm not making it a game right now, actually. I should switch my my stream information. Right now, we're doing... we're technically making a vector drawing tool. But you can see gameplay of my game. Yeah, one sec. Maybe I'll just open the demo. I can play the demo. One sec. And you could play the demo too. So this is the game that I work on usually on stream. It's called Insignia. So a bit of a slow start, but the game does pick up quite quickly. The game is an action adventure. It includes smithing, combat, platforming. There are towns and dungeons and boss fights, all that kind of stuff. There's gear in the game, kind of like Elden Ring's talismans. Oh, thank you so much. I can skip to a different part. That's a bit of the combat. Oh, hang on. I'm going to die here if I'm not careful. You can steal powers from enemies and then use them against them. Rude. Oof. Let's try that again. There we go. Yeah. Whew. There you go. The full version will be out hopefully next year. That's not a release date, but that's just kind of like where we're at. Cool. Okay, that's a little demo. I'm very proud of it, and it's come a long way in the last little while. That's Insignia. You can wishlist on Steam if you like. Thank you so much for the sub, Atreus. Okay, so still got some issues here. We are trying to rescale shapes to view, and this is happening when we finish drawing the stroke. So we should still want to rescale a shape, I guess, because that will include all of the sub shapes. But I feel like it's going to be like, it should be like new shapes.chain. No, new shapes.getI.chain rescale to view. And then for each shape will also have contour. Array list. Chain contours. Now, we could probably remove chain and contours as a distinction by always making the chain be the first contour. Does that make sense? To flatten this down into just an array list of chains, and index 1 is always the outer edge? I think so. In which case we don't have the distinction between, we just don't talk about contours. It's just chains. Or we just talk about, I mean, same difference. We could call it chains or contours or whatever. But then you would have to say new shape dot contours equals new array list of chain. For each chain contours, add the contour. Okay. So then I guess we could just say rescale to view like this. What's wrong with this? Oh, wait, new shape, contours. Why is that wrong? The variable new shape does not exist. A new shape, capital S. Well, a contour, it's like saying like the skin on my face here is my nose. It doesn't mean it's not skin. It's just referring to its situation. Like it's where it is as important as what it is when we're naming things. Okay. So everything now works actually, except for that one line here, which is when we do our bitmap trace. we need to determine which contours belong to which shapes. So when I do this, I guess there will always be, is this actually really smart? If I do this, every shape that's not the first one is just a contour. We just add all three. And you literally don't have to say which one's which. You just say, well, the first one's always the outer shape. Oh, that's actually kind of sick. What the frick? Okay. So what we do is we say canvas, we say get canvas dot chains dot add traced path. And then we always have one shape when we do this. So when we return this, we're not returning an array list of shapes. It's actually just one shape called shape. And we say shape S equals new shape. And then we would say return shape here. S. So then when we do this, we say get canvas dot chains dot add that, and then we say s dot contours dot add that. Yes. No. The traced path. No. We say chain C equals new. Okay, hang on a second. I think. There's traced path. Okay, so it is an object that is a reference type. So when we add traced path here, we also add traced path here. It's the same thing. That's good. So it will be by reference when we do that. Cool. So as long as we reserve chains in memory, updating it here will update it there. So now we just say shape, new shape. How do we call that? Contours. We could just call it chains. Chains in memory. I think we're almost there. Now, what is this set? Ooh, this is going to do some damage. We don't want to do that, actually. We just want to call simplify. We want to call, what is simplify? Simplify. Who owns that? Simplify is its own thing. So actually, this is just a chain. And this should be part of, this should be a thing that a chain can do. So it should be void simplify, chain input. So I guess that's okay. I think that's all we have to do. And then traced path. What is wrong with this? Contour does not exist. This becomes chains. And then we say C dot. We just say simplify C. We done? We good? Hell yeah. Oh, null pointer exception. Didn't like that. At trace 55. Get canvas. Chains. Ah, we never set that up. Yeah, right here. Yes, please. Still no good. At trace 55? I don't think that's a problem. Shouldn't be. Why am I getting an null pointer exception here? This isn't null, because we've just been adding to it. Get canvas shouldn't be null. Chains shouldn't be null. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's not broken. But how could this give us null at that point? Wait. Chains doesn't get instantiated here. Sweet. Cool. Okay, so far so good. So we've now, this is a successful refactor. Refactors chain architecture to store all shapes, chains in one global array, and then managed by reference in each shape. Endless patience. The channel has endless patience. Okay. Patience for what? Any stress test? We don't actually. That's a really good thing. We should probably do a performance check. Well, we're not there yet, really. Let's not pre-optimize. It'd be good to know when things are slowing down, but I don't think we're at that point yet. I don't think it's unit test time. That took a little while though. That took some time. How does Flash do with that test? Probably like amazingly, of course. It took a little longer. Actually, let's do a spicy stream title. This tool is to replace Macromedia Flash, well, Adobe Flash, Adobe Animate. Yeah, we're going to have to rewrite it, I think, in something like C++ to get the performance we really want. I know, right? It's almost like the universe was calling out. Why does this seem to take longer than it used to? Do you notice that? Oh, it's doing a lot of print lining. It's probably the printing. Nah, that's pretty slow. Well, we definitely need to fix that. The micro chains, like this kind of thing. Oh, my... Why am my debug's not working? What the heck? But it's literally that's what I'm doing. Okay. Does the current canvas not have any chains? When we bitmap trace, we return a shape. But when we do this, we also add the chain to the list. So we should tell us how many chains are in the... We should log how many chains are in the canvas and how many shapes are in the canvas. And we should be able to do a picking. So if we hover over a shape, we can tell what's going on inside of it. So, draw UI. Hey, Leith, how's it going? So the first thing I want to do is, this is starting to become a bit unwieldy. I actually just want a list of lines of code. So I think what I want to do is say like, doing okay, array list string logs equals new list of strings, and then in this I want to say logs.add, and I want to do that for all of this, please. And then yeah, something like that. So now I just want to be able to say logs.add like that. That's fine. And then here logs.add canvas chains. Good. Oh, canvas chains is 0. How did that happen? print line. How is that the case? Oh, because when we draw a line, the history state updates. So when we go impasto canvas history dot add a new canvas from scratch, that's on setup. And then here we clone the previous canvas. And we must not be doing that right. Come on. There you go. And we do want to clone those ones from scratch at that point, because that will include the edits. So, to-do. Yeah. Still pretty slow. And it says there are 168 chains. That's too many chains. How did we get 17 just now? That can't be right. All right, so we load the pixels in the bitmap. I don't think we're checking over existing. Hang on a second. The bitmap is just what we drew, I'm pretty sure. While true, do this stuff. And then when do we break? Wait, what the heck is this? What is this bit? What the heck? Am I confused? What is this doing? This is such a GPT. I didn't write this function. That's why it's bad. I don't know what the function of this is. This just terminates, right? It doesn't do anything. Is this supposed to be this? No. I've never seen a while on the end of a while like that. I never seen that. I've never seen a while have a while. It's a do, so it runs one time and checks the condition at the end. It always runs once. Oh, I've never seen that structure. So this happens after it's do while, but there's no do here. Is this just a processing? Oh, there's the do. Oh, dude, my brain couldn't see the indentation. That's the do this while that. I see. I was scrolling to this while and I'm like, how do we get while after while? I didn't see the do in the middle. Okay. Yeah. Post. There's pre check and post check, right? Iteration. This is like I remember learning this back in high school, and this is the only like post check is like very uncommon because you can basically just solve everything with a for loop. Okay. So traced path. Oops. My light turned off. Now that light turned off. Now we have two. Okay. So let's see if we can read through this. Find all the shapes by scanning for unvisited edges. While true. I hate this while true. That just kills me. Because what it really means is while the break condition hasn't been met yet. But it's fine. Yeah. It's just, I guess there are multiple break cases. So there's nothing here that they want to do. You could probably provide booleans for each of the break cases. And then set the booleans to false every time and then set them to true here and then say if all of these. Sorry, this doesn't break it, but this does. And so does, this has a for loop. This does break it too, right? Oh, that's for the do. So this is the only one that breaks it. Anyway. I'm just going to let it be. Let's just let it be. So, but still it's not right because it's creating problems for us. When we can do that. What are you saying? Shahudi? All right, so what I'd like to do is actually compartmentalize this into separate functions. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I don't like it. I didn't write it. I don't like it. So let's fix it. We'll refactor it right now. Yeah. It's not me that's dumb. It's the code that's bad. So this is something like this is processing, but it's Java essentially. Straight Java. Okay. Okay, so this is actually just loop through all of the neighbors. Let's have a look. More neighbor directions. Yeah. Dx, dy. Where do we use these? And x and y, if is edge, next visited, x equals next. Why doesn't this just need to be literally for just this? it's doing this until that, while this is not that. But every time we do this, we add a path. I see. So this is just to get a, this is just basically the tracing right here. This, all of this is to trace. Trace shape. Trace path. Okay. This should return a chain. And then, yes. Oops. And then this should be called something like trace chain. Shahudi, what is happening right now? Are you okay? Are you just bored of watching me do this? I don't mind. I'm having a good time. A few of us are having a good time here. I don't know why you just don't like me coding. You prefer if I was doing pixel art. I'm sorry. I have multiple things I like to do. Think of all the cats I could be drawing if I wasn't writing code that I enjoy writing. Look, all things considered, I think this code is actually pretty reasonable. I just don't like the I mean, this we could probably take. This could be like walk. That's right, with the colonial spelling of neighbors. So let's this should be like find next neighbor, I guess. And then this will always be inside of this. But this thing here, I don't think we want to do all of this nonsense. I think if this is inside of a class, then we can make the traced bitmap something that's available everywhere. See your squiggy things? Yeah, we'll do. So instead, I think we want this to be inside of a class called... Can we do like a static class bitmap trace? And then this is just like trace. There's another way to do this. Which would be to have this bitmap be accessible globally, which is not nice. But otherwise, we will need to have references to things like the canvas. Be static. I mean, we can make it static. But then this needs to be static. As long as history is static, I think that should be okay as well. Can we do that? No enclosing. Wait, every single thing needs to be declared as static? That's so weird. I don't understand what's wrong with this. It doesn't like this. Enclosing instance of type. So all of these are subclasses of a parent class called impasto. But I have to declare that. Okay, this is probably a better way then. I don't want to do this statically. In which case, yeah, we could just pass it through. It's not a major deal. Okay. So, my only thing about this is that I really don't have to pass it every single time. At least these are all... Wait, when I update X here, that is going to expect X to stay updated, right? So I think what I need is some kind of like class object. I do need a class. This is a class. Okay, I've decided. Okay. And then here we could say, yeah, here we could say p graphics bitmap. Yeah. We could say bitmap. And then we could say trace. There we go. Now we don't need this anymore. And then I think we need int x, int y, or even p vector pos. Okay. Hey, Enigma. So now that's annoying, isn't it? Let's go back to integers. Okay.
I'm gonna go.
Okay. One sec, pals. Be right back. Yeah. Shahudi, if we could get like an end to the non sequiturs, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, Kichisagi. Welcome. Okay. So I'm a little concerned. Why does this not work? Oh. Is there such a thing as like a p vector int? Is that a thing? All right, Shahudi, it's your last chance. No more. If you're bored, just go watch a different stream. All right. I think we need a new class called int vector. And it just has int x, int y. Hey Gruntled, how's it going? Thanks for the sub. Hey Pomplamoose, sorry, I saw you ask that question before, but I missed it. Do I have an idea of the final state of the app? No, I do. I do have an idea. Something that looks and feels like Leonardo, just like this, where I can draw. The goal is to be able to finish this drawing. If I can draw this and finish this in the tool, then it's right. And then export it as like an SVG. That's good. PDE files. So this is based on a library called processing, and processing it's Java, and it uses PDE files to PDE files. Use it. That's the format. This is Java. That's what they say on like TikTok, PDF files, when they're trying to say that word without triggering the algorithm. He's a PDF file. Okay. So my concern here is that we have a start position on the x-axis. And then these are going to update. This is the thing I don't like. So when these need to survive this process, meaning we have these go away. And actually these int vectors are by reference anyway. So I should be able to we are taking a break from the game just for the afternoon. Okay. I think this is going to break everything, but we can try. No. No good. I'll just ask. I'm going to ask GPT to do it. Can you refactor this? Can you refactor this such that it works? There are some critical errors stopping the output from finding and tracing, and finding shapes. Hey Fractals, thank you so much for the sub. It's adding a little bit of code, but it's taking away a lot too. Let's try it. Can you also remove the do while? Replace with something more conventional. Also replace while true with something with more verbose structure that store booleans for managing state. Yeah, it's fine to handle iteration differently. I just don't want to see the do while. It just confuses me. Look at it. Yeah. I don't want to do that. I want to say has more edges. Don't I? I guess I do want to break. Has more edges is never false, or is it? Has more. Oh, okay. That's much better. Yeah, that's much better. All right, let's see if it works. Okay, ready? Hey, we're back. Sweet. That's a good refactor. Ding dong, ding dong. Sick. We can even do zoom. We can do zoom, zoom. Bing bong, bing bong. See, we can even draw cats in the programming tool that we're making. Look at that. Now we don't need to worry about people getting upset about me not drawing cats. Cool. So this refactors bitmap trace feature. Alrighty. Now there were still some problems with this because it was reporting more shapes than it needed to. So if I do this chains needs to be 1. That's 1 chain. So let's see chains.add. This traced path when do we have a new traced path? This is okay. We're almost there. We're starting. We're getting there. Okay, so what's happening here? Check to see if we found an edge. Find next unvisited edge pixel. What does edge mean in this case? So this is the trace algorithm. Let's have a look. First thing we do is load all the pixels. We create a new shape. We check to see, we have an array of visited points, and we say, okay, find all the shapes by scanning for unvisited edges. And that's basically saying an edge is the point between 2 pixels and whether or not we've visited the current pixel. How does that work? Oh, all of the visited pixels. Okay, so visited needs to be something that lives here. What is visited? Boolean array. Wait, what? A Boolean array? Oh, I see. Okay. So now we don't need to pass this in anymore. Sweet. Okay, makes way more sense now. So if this is an edge and an edge says, hey, if x is less than 0, so that's off the border, that's off the border, that's off the border. So outside of borders. So you could say like, yeah, outside of bounds, return false. If, Okay, so that's the index. If we visited the index, then we're there already. And if the neighbor pixel is different from our current pixels. Okay, so it basically says, are they different pixels? That's what an edge means. Well, yeah, sure. Is there contrast between these two pixels? So for all of the whole thing, go through every single one in the whole game. And do it. So like this is like find next edge is what this is. And actually it's starting at the same position every single time. Every time this while works. Do we need to do this from this position? Can't we just pick up where we left off? I don't think we need to search the bitmap every single time we do this, starting from the first point. I think we can store the last found position. So we could say like int vector last edge. And so at the very beginning, we can say last edge equals I'm not really sure. Maybe I'll just ask, because I'm not confident in this. Maybe I'll ask, does this algorithm currently research space that has already been proven not to have edges by starting the for loops at 0, 0 every time we run the while has more edges. Oop. Visited array only tracks pixels that were part of traced chains, but non-edge pixels get checked on every iteration. Add a linear factor to scan through the bitmap just once. Yeah, that's what I want. Search Y. Start X. Okay. Hey, Kinzo, how's it going? Why is there no search X? Yeah, I'm doing okay. Do I use dependency injection? I'm not versed enough in like software development to know whether what I do is dependency injection, but I've been asked this question enough times to answer the question with yes. I'm pretty sure I do, yeah. Like passing parameters into things, like all object-oriented code is dependency injection, right? Whenever you pass parameters into a constructor, are you not injecting the dependencies? Yeah, all I do is OOP. The concept of parameters being this thing, like being asked whether or not I use that, feels like such a computer science thing to ask me, because I didn't do computer science. So for me, object-oriented code is code. Like that's all it is. Like I just do that all the time. But maybe if I was using some like functional language, you wouldn't do that. Can someone more versed than me define the difference? Like, yeah, I use singletons. Yep. I use them all the time. Dependency injection as a concept versus just like passing parameters into a constructor. Hey, that's really fast. Oh, we fixed it. DI is when you define the dependencies a class has and let a DI framework resolve these dependencies to create your class. Is that right? When you define the dependencies a class has and let a dependency injection framework resolve these dependencies to create a class, where would you source those dependencies from? What does that mean to resolve the dependencies to create the class? To create the, do you mean an instance of the class or to create the class itself? You gotta be specific here. Code can be quite abstract. The instance of the class. So like, what would that look like? You have a service or something that knows where to find the things that you need? Okay. So, almost able to read this. We have more edges. Find the next unvisited edge pixel, continuing from the last position. Yeah, I think we can actually do this much better if it's a Boolean array of arrays like this. And we say width and height like this. And then we can just do this and that and that and that. And then all this nonsense here. Do we really need to do like, why do we need to? Okay, I don't think I must have not understood the purpose of this. Okay, looks good to me. Right, so APIs. DI is usually more like delegating behavior. It's just fancy names like do fancy stuff, simple thing doer, stuff, make additional stuff to make it fancy. You could directly call simple thing doer, but passing it in lets you pass an arbitrary implementation at runtime. I understand. So it's kind of like you're almost using a class as like an interface. Is that what it is? Like you're passing in, you don't know what the class does. You just know that its job is to do something that you need it to do. And you're passing that in as a thing that can be used to, I guess it means that you could have different kinds of, like if you have like a house and you have like house.clean and you pass in the different kinds of cleaners. So there could be someone who mops the house. There could be someone who does wipes down the mirrors. There could be someone who does the showers, and they know how to do the thing that the function is about. But you're passing them in rather than supplying that information inside of the function or the class itself. Is it like that? I don't do that. I don't use dependency injection, if that's the case. But I mean, like, maybe I do. Maybe I do. I don't know. I guess it depends. I do have like things that whenever I have like a view model in an interface, like a user interface, I'll have like a thing that knows how to render a line of UI for an item. But the item no, it knows how to draw itself. I don't pass in the thing that knows how to draw it. It doesn't matter. I don't really use it, no. I don't really use it. So I'm still trying to figure out this part here. Y equals search Y. Yeah. Y is less than height minus 1. Okay. Width minus 1. That's fine. And edge is not found. Okay. So this is just a 2dim array search. But why is start X? Why is this that? Y equals search Y. What is this nonsense? Start from search X only in the first row, otherwise start from 0. You might consider injecting a canvas object where the canvas is either an OpenGL or Vulkan canvas and they have a common interface. I see. Yep. Got it. Oh, I see. This is like incrementing. Okay. I should just say like increment search. And then I can do this here. Void increment search. And then I just pass that in. And then this search X, search Y, these can be int vector search pos. And then okay. Maybe search pos was better. Just need to be verbose sometimes. Explain what you mean. All right. That's fine. It doesn't really matter. Okay. And then trace chain. Why don't I just call that start then and just leave it at that? I think you're describing much harder scenarios than needed. DI just means you take what you need from outside of your function class instead of instantiating them inside. Cool. I think I get it. I think I'm following. Ooh, null pointer exception. Where did I go wrong here? It's actually crazy that Copilot can do this. Hey, Fractals, thank you so much for the sub. The user undid my edits and is asking where they could go wrong. Ah. Wait, really? There we go. Sweet. Hey, dummy killer. It's a prototyping environment for me. I know that it's not particularly fast because it's Java, but it gives you access to a canvas very quickly. And I don't need to learn how to do any libraries. I'm planning on rewriting this in C++, but I don't know C++. So I'm going to write it. Once I know the solution, then I'm going to just copy the solution into C++. This is actually how I learned C#. I wrote the Delaunay triangulation algorithm for terrain generation in processing, and then I took the whole processing library and rewrote it in copied and pasted it into C# and learned the differences of how to write. So I find, because if I was just writing this in C++, I get stuck. You know, I wouldn't know how to express myself. Whereas here, I've already expressed myself. So it's more just like, how do these things work? Is this jagged arrays in C++, or is it an actual true two-dimensional array? How do I do memory management? I know I have to learn how to do that, but you know. I'm surprised at how long that takes. So why do we have 6 canvas chains when we do this? That's what I'm trying to find next. So this, okay. So we're trying to learn here why it's creating too many edges, and it's doing that right here. So let's just try to read what's happening. To trace first, while we have more edges, just keep doing this, okay? And we know that we haven't got any more edges if we didn't find one that we haven't already found. So that's going through the whole grid and just looking for white pixels that are next to black pixels, or black pixels that are next to white pixels. Those are edges. Once it does that, once it finds an edge, it will basically, you could flip this. I think that would be better. Unless that's going to ruin something. Surely that's fine. My brain's like, I don't know how to code anymore. Okay. Hey, Bernie Nader. All right, so this searches through the whole canvas for the next edge. This says if we found one, we make a new chain. Okay. So I guess what could be happening here, let's see if we can do some investigation. If I draw a line like this, I get one shape and one chain. If I draw a line like this, I get two shapes and 12 chains. If I draw a line like this, hang on, let me go undo. If I do this, 2 chains, 3 chains. Okay, so those only increment. It seems to be not, something's wrong. If I do this, I get 5 chains. Now, I wonder if that's a question of it doing some weird nonsense. Oh, that's a lot of points. Those aren't being simplified at all. Okay. Okay, for each new shape dot chains dot size, chain C equals new chain, new shape dot chains dot get I. Simplify C, new chains, new shape chains get I, rescale to view. That should work. See you, Kindzote. See you, Tonzach. You guys got some crazy names. Can I say that? Print line simplifying chain. Okay. Simplified chain 0 from 43 points all the way down to 43. That's some optimization. From 43 all the way down. Okay, so let's figure it out. No, that's not true. It's wrong. It doesn't know. I am commenting at the last point on purpose. Okay. All right, let's just like take your word for it. And then just see what happens. The thing is, it's literally not simplifying the points. So when we look at C, when we pass C in, what's happening here? We've got this input. Input.points equals O.points. 12. Wow, that's actually quite a lot. But that's still not right. That's not what's happening. It reduced 1260 to 58, but that's not 58. That's 1260. So where did the 58 points go? That's what I'm trying to understand. Because when I set input points to output points here is an array list of points. Chain has an array list of points. So then what's the problem? Why is it not good enough for this to just be set to that at the end? Maybe input.points isn't actually doing anything. Does this become local? But chain is a reference type. In fact, we don't even really need to do this. We could say input.points. And then right at the end, that should work. I mean, unless the clone... Why has that gone wrong? I mean, it's right that it should be 60. I just don't know why that's not good enough. I'm really confused. Unless... Nope. That still works. Ooh, that doesn't work. Okay. Okay. So the canvas... So when we finish drawing the stroke, the canvas doesn't use this shape. I see. I see. I think I see. I see. So if I go to bitmap trace, and then I go to canvas.chains.add traced path, it should still, this is still reference types, right? So traced path, I mean, even if I take this away, I guess I could add it later after I scale it. That's probably going to work. Oops. I don't know why, though, that would need to work that way. Yeah, that's perfect. Avalonia. I wouldn't mind. Yeah, I've never used C# outside of Unity, so I actually would be happy to do that. Okay, well that's good. So now we need to double check the original problem we were trying to solve, which was when we do this, why do we have 11 chains right now? Is it clusters like over here? I'd like to give each chain a random color when we debug it. So when we go here, maybe we just give the chain a debug color. Uh-huh. Okay. So we're getting some weird duplicates. That's the problem. They're not very long. But like, where is the third point on this purple chain? I'm not really following that. Oh, that's awkward. So is this a threshold question? How is that 3 points? Are there two like right next to each other here? Maybe we can say when we bitmap trace, how many points are we getting here? 4, 5, 5, 18, 7, 15, 5, 5. My other question is when we draw this, is this being anti-aliased at all? Because it should just be black and white, in which case it should be very straightforward. So maybe we can do this bitmap, when we pass it in, we load the pixels, and then when we check the edge here, there should be a threshold between the difference in the pixels. So I think I'm just doing a not equals check. Yeah. I'm assuming they're normalized. Let's This is going to be very expensive, but oh God. I don't even know how to describe that. A function to quantize the amount of points, especially when their amounts are high. We're already doing that. That's what we're doing. We're not quantizing. But maybe we should. Do you mean like a minimum amount? Is that what you're saying? I don't think quantize is the option here. It's more like always have a threshold from known points to current checkpoints or something like that. Quantize would mean make them more grid-like, but I don't want them to be. I want them to be as subtle as possible. Unless we're just like sanitizing, if that's another way to describe it. So pixels, if you print this, you get like this, which is I guess the bit representation of these colors. This is tough. I don't think I can do, like, I don't know what format this is in. Maybe I can ask. What format is the P graphics pixels stored in? Can I check a threshold on how far apart they are? I want to make sure the values are essentially Boolean or treated as such. The thing is, we have a shader here, and the shader just stamps exactly the color, I'm pretty sure. It literally just says 000001. That can't return anything. Okay. Return bitmap.pixels at the index is not the pixels at index plus 1, or bitmap.pixels at the index is not index plus bitmap.width. So forward or below, is that what we're looking at? Any neighbor pixel is different, but it's only checking, yeah, forward and down like that. Okay. So then why are we getting these duplicate edges? Let's ask. I notice that I'm getting lots of little shape edges, chains. whenever I have a large enough shape that appear to be repeated edges that have already been parsed by the first large enveloping chain. Why is this? Oh, I see. But is that really it? I was doing this before I did that. I don't even think I did that. That still has 6. Oh, I can't store it. Can't screenshot it. I guess I could always debug. I don't usually use this feature, so I'm curious to see what it's going to do. Wait a second. Your edge function only checks right and down neighbors. This creates directional bias. It only detects the edges on certain sides of shapes. When you trace a boundary, some edge pixels on other sides of a shape aren't marked as edges during the initial scan. I was thinking that, but I just sort of trusted it. Fixed. Now is edge checks 4 cardinal directions. I mean, I'm surprised that it even... This is why I don't trust LLMs, you know? Like, because I would have thought so. But look, even worse. And it's kind of like doubling them up, which sucks. No, get out of here with this. I think what tends to happen with LLMs is you ask it to generate something, right? And the first time it does it, the first thing it says is pretty like, it copies from like Stack Overflow. Like it just, Stack Exchange, it just grabs it. The second time you ask it a question, now it has even less context because it's trying to be specific. So it doesn't just, it's not just being asked, copy this solution that's known how to be done everywhere on the internet. It's fix this specific problem. So it retains the same confidence, but it becomes worse. every single time. These seem to be 2 points every single time we do this, right? That's a point, that's a point. But they must be duplicated somehow. So I think it should be something like when we trace. I mean, the problem I have is though, like if I undo all of this and I just draw like a crazy number of shapes here, some of these will probably not. Oh, no, they all look pretty bad to me actually. None of them look like fat things. They all look like lines, right? They all look like lines of 2. So either we are retreading multiple times, because what it's doing is when we add the shapes here, we are adding new chain of length this. Oh, lots of chains of length too. Excuse me? Okay, well that's totally wrong then. What? How can it be? How can that be? How is that possible? It needs to be more than 3. How are we getting 2? Do. What? 2, 2, 2. 3, 3, 2, 2. How did you get here? New shape dot chains, which comes from this. This is new shape. New shape S. That's new shape. Wait a second. Shape equals new shape. Okay. Shape equals new shape. Like that. Oh, I see. Hang on. And then return shape. But, okay, all right. I'm just going to see if that works. We still got 6 here. How do we get adding new chain? I'm going to find out. I'm going to find out. These all have 4 and 5. What? 6, 17. It's tons here. I'm not seeing 17 for any of these. So does traced path trace chain? Okay, so we add 1. That's not right. It mustn't be able to trace correctly. Something's going wrong in this process. Because otherwise, what would it get stuck on? Let's see why it's ending. No next neighbor found. Is there a common place where we can see this being an issue? So this didn't have any issues. This didn't have any issues. This had an issue here. This had an issue there. It always seems to be in the same spot. It's always this way. Yeah, this way. It's always that. You noticing that? This line, this line, this line, this line, this line, this line. Something's going wrong here in the same way every single time. Hello. No. I don't trust this. Oh, I really don't trust that. It's so much worse. You don't know what you're talking about, mate. So dumb. I'm trying to understand. It all seems fine. Is it this? Whoa. It totally is diagonal. Look at how many times it screws up there. It's perfect. Okay, well, we found the bias. We found where it's wrong. Literally one chain, one shape. Two chains, 64 shapes. I mean, two shapes, 64 chains. Okay. So let's think about this. I don't like this dx dy. Why does this return an int array? Why does it need to do that? Wait. NY. Okay. Hang on. Find next neighbor. Oh, I see. And then what does it do with result? Oh, I see. Direction. And then how does it use direction? Oh, that's very interesting. I wasn't even noticing that before. So the direction is an integer, but where does it use dir? We pass direction. I'll do a replacement of them fractals soon. All right. I just want to remember. Look up Avalonia. Cool. So when we find next neighbor, this is the direction we're in. I see. Oh, that's so weird. It's doing like clockwise directions in an integer. So are these right? I think it should be an int vector array called directions. And we could say like we could have these saved as like north capital, like as named things here. So let's have a look. North, northeast, east, southeast, south, southwest, west, northwest. That's correct. Still hate that. I suppose there's another question of like, why are we not? It's like we I don't actually think it's the tracing that's wrong. I think what's wrong is that it thinks that we haven't explored the edges that we have explored already. And then it's doing one over and one across and going, oh yeah, no, we've been here before, end. I think that's what the problem is. So when I say, after we do our first trace, this has more edges. Edge found is edge. I think this problem is our problem. What is wrong with this? Something about this is not right. Are we maybe skipping the points? When do we start a new traced path? So here is where we would want to do it. This is like print line, found edge. Okay. Five, 7, 7. What are those values? 5, 7, 3, 2, 7, 8. That would be here, right? That's 5, 7, 3, 2, 7, 8. 5, 7, 7, 2, 7, 9. I mean, it's like right next to it. This is hard, chat. Look at how many edges it thinks it found. They're all within a few pixels of each other. Like 436, 335, 443, 336, 447, 337, 449, 338. Like, what the hell is this? No, the current problem is we have this issue where if I draw a diagonal line this way, it makes a whole bunch of chains that shouldn't be there. If I draw it this way, it's fine. See how this is all one green set? It's definitely a clockwise versus counterclockwise thing. I'm almost certain. I'm just not understanding why it thinks that it ought to make a new chain. I'm almost there. I'm like stepping through and I'm almost there. So if I do this, look at how many times it thinks it's found a new edge. Okay. These edges can only happen if this is true. Okay. And that is edge can only happen if we haven't already visited this pixel. Okay. So as we're iterating through the set, whenever we find an edge, we break and then we trace the chain. And so I guess, I mean, like we're clearly visiting this. Maybe if we go to increment search, let's have a look what happens. Okay. So we break as soon as we find something. Maybe this should increment by 1. I'm not sure yet. But anyway, if we did find it, then make a new chain and then trace until we stop. So when we trace, we start with the current position and we make a new chain starting at this position. And then we walk, right, all the way around until we reach back to where we started. So this is just so that we don't go forever. This is how many, I don't know how many iterations. I guess this is just how many chain links we found. So if we're still going and we haven't returned to start, so as long as we don't get a result, if result is null, we stop. Okay, so if we find a neighbor, which we do that by going all the way around in like a grid pattern from the current position up, right, etc. Like north, northeast, east, etc. Southeast, south, blah, blah, blah. So we do that. If we got a result, then we say, now we visited this spot, and we add that point to the path. Once we're finished tracing the path, we go back up to where we were. If we got more than 3 points, add the traced path to the chain. Then we go back to this and we keep going. To me, that seems fine because this is edge should return false now for the edge that we just worked on, and every visited position that we found along the way. I wonder if there's something. Let's do like a very simple version. Let's do like a simple grid like this. And let's say that this is what's been filled in by the brush. So we start here and we say, I am doing an open source, not Animate, but just like a drawing tool that has the same features as Animate. Because I like the way that features worked. Those features worked. Maybe we could animate them later, but not right now. Okay, so this says nothing, found nothing, forward nothing, down nothing. Next. Okay, found nothing new. Nothing new, nothing new, nothing new. Ah, I found an edge. Let's see if that's how that works. It's always checking if X and Y, X being... Wait, what? What is Y here? Yeah, right? I don't understand this. X is Y equals search plus Y. Just, why not just simplify it? Where is start Y? Why is there a start X but not a start Y? Oh, I see. I see. I see. Because if the Y is anywhere other than the top left-hand corner, we should start corresponding to where it is. But the very first time we do it, we want to be at the top left. Okay. I see. We're going from where we left off to the edge of the map. So now this is edge XY. Okay, well, let's make this a bit simpler. This should be new int vector xy. Just so my brain can understand what I'm looking at. Wait. Well, maybe not. We could keep it as x and y. But we're checking to see if the pixel is an edge pixel. If a pixel is an edge pixel, so too are all of its neighbors, right? So shouldn't that be a thing that we think about here? Like, if I'm moving left to right, ding, 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 this is not an edge pixel. Well, it is an edge pixel because it will, when it asks if it's an edge pixel right now, hang on a second. It only checks right and down. Yeah. Bitmap.pixels at index I plus 1. That's right. Plus width. Yeah. Plus width goes down by 1. So this is correct. So it's only checking as it goes through. If I'm here, it's checking here and here. So this says false. I get here, I say this is an edge pixel. Visited equals true. Okay, so we're going to do a little triangle here because we visited it. Or a V for visited. That's even better. Then we go, where do we go clockwise? Find next neighbor. And for each of the neighbors, it checks to see if that's an edge. And if it is, then the new direction is, oh, I don't understand how this works. Turn left is always plus 6. That's crazy if that's true. What? If I'm south, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, east is the turn left from south? It is. That's crazy. That's pretty, I've never seen that before. It's really cool. Wow. But what does left mean here? I'm here. I went this, what was my last direction? I pick an edge just by finding out that there is an edge. Shouldn't this tell me some sort of direction? I guess not. So I pick an edge. Once I do that, I start tracing the chain. And tracing the chain looks like this. Start with a position. And what is deer at the beginning? 0. And deer 0 is north. Okay. So what we do is we start here and we go across. We go 1, 2. Yes, this is an edge pixel because we touch this. And then we go north, northeast, east, south, east. And we say, when we get to when we get to east, we say, yep, this is an edge pixel. We visited that. And then we do the same thing. When we get to this, and each time we do this, it's only an edge pixel if like this will return false, won't it? This will say found my neighbor. Here nothing, here nothing, here nothing, here. Well, this is technically an edge, so it's going to skip over this point. Ah. Is that why? No, I feel like that's okay. Is right? Like, is it okay that we never check this off as visited? Should we be adding each neighbor when we find next neighbor? Should this be returning visited? I guess when we go find next neighbor, I think that's what we do. Yeah, we do. So I'm not sure what's happening here. My brain's not on. No. Yes. Because we're adjacent to this. No. Yes. Because we're adjacent to this. Visited. No. Yes, because we're adjacent to this. And again, when we're asking is edge. Oh man, I need to be really careful here. These are not considered edges in this context. None of these are edges. So actually, the next edge that we find is this one. Because it's different from its right and down pixel. So then we say, visit it. Yep. No. Nope. Yes. And then we go, and then we walk up. But I think we have to walk in the direction that we're checking, right? So when I did this, I think, do I check here first? How does that work? You always turn left for next search. Yeah, but what does that mean? You start... Oh, I see. So when we were like here, what does it mean to turn left in this context though? I find this, which is different in this direction. When am I turning left in that case? I find an edge. So we don't have any edge. We don't have any tracing chains yet. Right, we're just starting. Found an edge. Okay. Then we trace the chain, starting from north. Clockwise puts us, that's turning right. So how does turning right work in this context? If I'm here, I'm not at an edge yet. I'm not at a chain. I'm here. I notice that I'm on this contrast here. Therefore, I'm now starting a new trace. I start north because I don't have a direction yet. And I go clockwise. Bang, 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 bang. Is it because I found this neighbor south that now I turn left? That's what this is. That's why I check here next. Check, check, true. So wait a second. Did I go from here to here? And then I go here to here. And this was a south facing. So I have to go here again. So then I go to, and then this will fire true. No, this won't fire true. This will fire true. Which is considered a step to the right. So left of this is actually here. Yep. And then obviously this. I need to be smart here. This is considered an edge pixel, actually. Because it's different than the one on its right. And then I go and then this is considered an edge pixel because the one on its right. And then I've gone north, so I go visited, stop. Okay. So looking at this, what it's doing is creating, I guess you could say it's like well, this would be considered a visited pixel too, wouldn't it? I think what we could do is rather than ask if there's a change from black to white or white to black, we could just say if it's black and its neighbor is white. Would that not be better? Let's ask. Right now, we're considering edges where alpha of 1 and alpha of 0, when alpha differs. Should we have a more objective test, like only if alpha is 1 and the neighbor is 0? Otherwise, 0 and 1 will be just as valid as 1 and 0. Good point from the user. Nice. Good point me. Oh, that sucks. Okay, well, we tried. It's crazy that this worked like first try until it totally didn't. I'm still not understanding I'm not understanding what's going wrong. I mean, in this context, like the points that it grabs, I'm starting to get hungry and tired as well. Might be time to wrap it up. In this, it goes like this. It puts points here, 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 here. It draws that as a shape. Maybe we don't simplify and we draw a grid. Maybe that would be smart. That'd be great. That'd be great. He'd be probably much better than me. Well, he'd definitely be much better than me. Okay. So we want to make it so that we are not simplifying and we're not rescaling. We could rescale, but actually this is pretty useful on its own. Okay, that's not very useful. Too many? No, not... Why don't we just skip them? And we can make this like... Okay, 100 by 100. Hey. I'm unsure about why this why does it Is it fill? Bro, I'm lost. I don't know why that doesn't work. Okay, can't checkerboard. Hey, bad cop. No, you didn't. We're doing this for real. We're just having a bit of a logic error that we want to fix. Look, when I'm not trying to debug it, it's actually pretty good too. Check this out. We got pressure sensitivity. You can undo. You can scrubby zoom. Okay, so the problem happens whenever we're going. So this triggers true because I guess what it's saying is this point here is an edge. And previously we skipped over it because we went from here, I guess. So, okay, that's an interesting one. Why? I can understand this, right? Because these pixels are like up, 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 up. But why is it that whenever we get to this point, why is it not a like jagged? Do you know what I mean? Why is it skipping diagonally? Would this be better if we weren't searching diagonally? Because, oh, do you know what it is? It's crisscrossing. Bro, I think it's crisscrossing. It's saying, hey, I found this northeast, and I found this, which I haven't visited yet, southwest or southeast. Like this distance, this hasn't been visited, and this hasn't been visited. We never went up, and we never went down. Mother fricker. And it only happens when there's a consecutive sequence. I got it. I got you, you little shit. But somehow it doesn't have that same mistake here because of the downright aspect of it. Ah, I see. Because this is up left. I've got it. I've got it. I actually solved it. Because the the edge check always checks forward and down. But this is clockwise. So when we are coming back up from the bottom, when we check forward and down from here, we get like we're checking here and we're checking here. And then here we're checking here and we're checking there. This returns false. Yeah. So coming up from 6 o'clock or like south over to 8 o'clock or west, this will catch that, but it will never visit this point. Somehow later when we're tracing through here, we'll get to here and, well, it's not diagonal this way. It's literally that we didn't catch this either. But I think this is considered an, wait a second. No. This doesn't make any sense. I'm lost again. Why is it that there's an internal edge on this guy? Why does it think that from here to here is a point? I actually don't know. I'm struggling with that one. I'm here. I visited you. I guess I haven't visited you, but we are the same color. So we can't be a chain. Right? We're the same color. This pixel and this pixel. How could there possibly be something there? Why would this draw a line there? Can anyone crack that? Unless it's going from here down. I think we should always draw the first point in a chain as white. That would be good too, gradient over the chain. Ah, it actually is top right, top left to bottom right. Ooh, that's interesting. Also just confirming that like we always hit the top first. Yeah. Okay, so we draw this like lovely chain all the way around. And then somehow later we come up to this guy and we go, hey, I'm here. I wish I could draw the pixel boundaries. It makes no sense to me that these points, and they're always on the interior, would create a new edge there. I do 2 passes first, only the closest neighbors. Second pass do the chain thing. But it is only doing the closest neighbors. I don't really know. I don't know. I'm sort of a bit confused. I don't know what, I'm just still trying to understand what it is about this pixel. Because I'm assuming that what we're looking at here, if this was a grid, let's do a little screen cap. Right, this would be the bounds of the pixel, right? Like that's a pixel there. That's a pixel there. That's a pixel there. Is that right? So this is not filled in. Now I'm following. So this is a filled pixel. This is a filled pixel. This is not a filled pixel. But because there's a contrast between yeah, this is like, this is black, that's black, that's black. This is white, I think. This is a white pixel. This is a white pixel. This is a white pixel. So this is, it's what I was saying before. They're both considered edges. Right? This is an edge. This is an edge because and this is also an edge, right? Because this is a black that meets white and this is a white that meets black. So they're essentially an inner and an outer edge. Because I think that what confuses me is, oh, I know why. I know why. It's because we never check this pixel because we're going clockwise. So as we go around, we never get to this guy. So later on, and in fact, we never get to this guy, we never get to this guy. We never check these pixels because we're only checking right and down as we're going across clockwise. So these are edge pixels, but they were never checked in the first pass. So how do we stop that from, oh, hail the edgelord. How do we stop that from being an issue? How would I not check that? Personally, I don't think that we really need to worry like we could probably just cull it. So if you visited a pixel, you've technically also visited all of its neighbors or something like that. There's something like that. Not quite, but I don't know if that helps us char string, because the thing is, this is under the logic that we've got so far, everything's valid. Like this, going in this direction is new. They're both edges and they both haven't been explored before. And one is clockwise to the other. It's all perfectly fine. You know, same thing here. This and this is a new edge. That's a new edge. So how do we say that this doesn't count? I suppose we could just say that the one, if you visit a pixel moving diagonally, then you also visited the pixel in between. Yes, I think that might be it. I think that might be enough. And it would be pixels in between. It would be both of these. Like this gets visited and this gets visited. Wait a second. There's something wrong here. Oh, I see. They're edges, but they're not edges to each other. Can you see that? I found it. This is white and this is white. If a neighbor had to be of a different color, this would be different. If a neighbor had to be of a different color, I think instead we would get this. Do we want that? Maybe not. Maybe that doubles the amount of points that we have to sort, but that does solve the problem. So the alternative would be, if we move diagonally, also cross off the thing to the right of us. Or if we move diagonally, yeah, also validate the thing to the right. That will work even here as well. We move diagonally, also cross this off. Yeah. We need to add one more condition, which says if we've moved diagonally in a jump across neighbors, also visit the neighbor to the right of the direction traveled. E.g., if we move northeast, then also cross off northwest. Why does it say actually, comma, rereading, comma? Like, you're not reading twice, dude. How does think mode work? So weird. actually insane. Moving northeast. Yes, correct. What? All right, let's try it. Do you think we got it, chat? Nailed it. Oh boy, 2 shapes, 2 chains. Oh, that feels so good. That feels so good. And then we can do the simplify, and now we get just that. Oh, baby. Oh, that is just magic. Woo-wee. Oh, and it's so fast. What the hell? It got faster. Dude. There's a little bit of nonsense here. Right in the internal corners. But I think we can handle junk like that. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go bitmap trace, and we're going to say where are we printing? Okay, when we trace the points, we need for the first 4 points to be in different positions. Or the first 3 points. Ensure the first 3 points are each in different positions. How does that work? Pos 1 is not pos 2. Pos 2 is not pos 1. Yeah, I mean, like... Like, how many points are we adding? When we do that little nonsense. Five. This has 5 points? How did you manage that? I'm so lost at how that could be 5, but oh, you might be right. I forgot about the simplify. Oh, wow. That's crazy. It's literally a pixel. I think we maybe have to check a bounding box with an area greater than, say, 9. If so, first of all, this is for drawing. So when we're drawing, we have a weight of the pen. So this is not limiting shapes from being less than a certain size. This is just limiting drawn shapes. So I think we can do some sort of threshold here of making sure that they have, we could even just say more than 10. Like, I'm happy to just say it. Like, why not just put an arbitrary number on it? We don't have to be too smart. Yeah. Yeah, dude. That's fine. It's great. Well, it's possible to have one with 15 because that, you know. I mean, if I go crazy, you do get situations like this, but I think those are actually real. This is probably not right. That's unfortunate right there. I don't know how to resolve that though. I think you're right. How do I solve that? Is it about like the maximum angle of the internal points? You know, like a triangle has like 360 degrees. Is there something like that we could do where it's like, if it's too acute of a shape, it just doesn't count? Every time I draw, I'm struggling to remember what I drew. Yeah, like that. Will do. Like, can we check the internal? All triangles have the same number of internal degrees, right? But we could check the distance between the points and the surface area, maybe? 180, right. So what's the problem here? If I just go really light and I get really close. What would I want to happen here? Well, actually, these will be considered holes in the end, which is technically correct. But it's stuff like this which should just go. Yeah, I think you just kill it. So it's like bounding. What's the thing? It's like the range to surface area. Would that be it? Like the total distance. But how do you do surface area for triangles? It's for scaling triangles. I don't think I know how to do that. Area over perimeter. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Hey, Pelly. We're making a drawing app. So something like, when do we do this check? I think we do this check before we simplify. I think we do this check before we even add the shapes at all. My only concern would be something like if we do the area over perimeter and I pick and I draw a shape that's like that, technically that's very similar to, if I zoom out far enough, that looks just like one of those little shapes, Like if I do a tiny little sliver like that, what's the difference between this and that? They have very similar areas. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is like way different to this. Probably is substantially different. Or we could just remove any shapes that have less than 5 or something after a simplify. The very acute angle. Yeah. But then I don't think I have a nice way of Oh, that's interesting. Did I go off the page? Oh, that's why. I don't think I have a nice way of detecting, like, what's wrong with, for example, that. Oh, okay, let's try that again. Sorry. What's wrong with this very acute angle here? Is it adjacent acute angles? We could actually, there's a better way. I think I know what it is. Maybe not. I could do it if we weren't doing pressure sensitivity. I could just say the distance between all points. No, that doesn't work. Anyway. The surface area check might be good. But I think after we simplify, we should also just get rid of anything that's only got 2 points. That's an easy win. That's an easy win. Yeah. And that's great right there. That's amazing. That probably could stay. That's pretty good. I think I'm okay with that. There's nothing weird happening. That's like really good. This is the overlap, so that's okay. I think I'm okay with it. Yeah, dude. The only thing we need to do is when we simplify, what I'm not currently doing is I'm not using the anchor points. So what I could do is the next step is to take this point and try and think about where the next point is, and then have the anchor points go like to round it off, like not like 45 degrees, I guess. I don't know what the logic is. What do you normally do? Like if this is a point here, and that's a point here, and that's a point here, and that's a point here, a circle has each of the control points going like 90 degrees like that. That ends up being a circle when you compute it out. Something like that. It's like halfway and 90 degrees. So the answer there would be something like, because what I've got at this point is something that looks like this. Looks like a diamond. And I need to resolve where the anchor points should be. So if I have that, I think I can just say if it's 45, just go 45 from that. And halfway. But this needs to happen after the simplify. So let's do a commit first because it's been a while. We update trace algorithm to we're not doing clickers at the moment because they're out of they're not really being sold in stores anymore, so I need to find an alternative. Okay, so the only thing that I have a question for is this thing here. Like that should probably be trying to get towards its points, right? Like this guy here. How do I know that this, because it should be that, right? Do I have to take into account the last few? Is it like that? Is it like track this angle here? And if it's under a certain amount, if it's a certain level of acuteness, just leave it. Otherwise, the rounder it is, let it be round. Like that, I know I would want that fully rounded. But this I would want exactly as it is. It could be something about stroke direction. But I think this is also another like winding issue. Like if we're here and we go here and we go here, that's from this point to this point to this point is internal. But the opposite, Well, it's kind of hard to do the opposite. So maybe we just say under a threshold, just let it be. Hey, Fu. Thank you so much for the sub. Welcome. All right. Oh, okay. You know, like sometimes you just let it have a crack at it first. Like, who am I? But right now I'm not drawing the anchor points, so I need to see them first. So when I draw a shape, I'm drawing a line, I think, or a shape, chain, line. I don't want to do that anymore. Instead, I want to we were looking at this before. Maybe we just say like, let's just keep this straightforward, shall we? Oh, it does have the Bezier vertex. Hang on, stop. That's exactly what it's doing. So it's not going to be an animation framework. It's just going to be the canvas. So no animations, just drawing. But I'm still replacing we're still replacing Flash. All right. Let's just check that chain logic. Smoothen. A point is a class, right? Yeah. Now, the average of the adjacent. I think I just want to draw them. So let's go canvas. Let's go chain debug. And then wait. Where am I drawing? Am I drawing the control points? No, I'm drawing an ellipsis at this point. So let's just go p dot draw. True. Can you do that? I don't want this. And I don't really care about that. Probably don't even need to set the stroke weight so many times. Okay, well, let's draw them in red. Okay, but I want to just draw the control points in red. I mean, maybe that's the sign. When we're drawing a shape, chain, draw, begin shape. What? I'm confused. That's probably going to be very expensive, but... Am I drawing the points all the way exactly across? What if I wanted to break... the average of the adjacent points? Is that right? I actually do drive stick. I actually drive manual. All right. 45-degree angle. Let's just do that. I don't. Can I not just like control points should be perpendicular to the line between prev and next? Sure, just do that. I just want to see something that looks like something. That's not anything yet. Hang on. Uh-huh. Anything else? No. That looks okay. That looks like something. That's better. Okay. Okay, now we're back in business. What's wrong with that? CP. Just a little bit of CP. Okay, now we're good. Now we're cooking with gas. So there's a bit of a challenge here where this control point and this control point is this point here and this point here need to be like, we have this here and this here. So I want these to be like that. So how do we do that? Because right now it's like just thinking about the points themselves and going, I don't even know how we get this point here to be between that and that, but let's have a think about it. Perpendicular to the line between previous and next. Oh, that's the line between previous and next. That's perpendicular. No, so let's have a think. I'll do it logically. So I've got this shape here, yeah? Or even just like this shape here. This control point here, I want to be right-hand drive. Which one's right-hand drive? You're sitting on the right hand of the car, right-hand side of the car. That is correct. I've thought about this many, many times. Let's just keep it really straightforward, okay? Here's the road. Okay? Everyone's in their car driving. In Australia, this is the direction you're driving. Okay? Whether this is a footpath or a road, okay, doesn't make a difference. If you're in a car or if you're moving as a human being, most people are like right hand dominant, right side dominant. So like your right side, this is where all the action is. If you're addressing something, the action is on your right. You're sitting closer to this, you're observing closer to it. I understand that if you're in America, you're on this side and you're on the left side, but why would you want to be looking across? Also, yeah, exactly. Dominant hand on the wheel, dude. Like, this is important. This is secondary, right? You can always slam your foot onto the clutch and you're not going to stall out. So why would you be on this side? Also, like if you're just walking down the street, right? And you're going to like shake hands with someone. Hi, how you doing? Wouldn't you want to shake hands like this? Right? I'm shaking hands with my right hand. If I'm on the other side, we're shaking across each other. How do you do your behind the back shakes? Anyway, like your eyes are here, your eye line's there. You guys walk in America, like do your escalators go up? Like if I'm going up an escalator, this one's going up this way and this one's coming down that way. Is it different in America? Actually, I can, no, it was the same in America. Wait. I'm trying to remember the airport. Up is on the right. Madness. This is why our country's lost. Okay. So we got these points, right? I have this idea of like a mirror here. And this is the point, this is the line I'm trying to think about. So like I take the distance between, but see, that's what I am doing already. And if this line is like super wonky like this, perpendicular to that leads us at this, which is actually kind of right if we're trying to keep it super wibbly wobbly, smiggly smoothie. Like this. That's pretty good. Look at that. Oh, that's like peak. You know? In fact, if we just shorten these, maybe we're okay already. A distance of a third of the way. I think a third. I mean, that's about a third there. Oh, should we just call it 25%? I don't know if that's right. I mean, no, but there's separate distances, right? Is that a thing I should be doing? Nope. Not quite. Oh, I'm multiplying the direction. I should normalize it again. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Wowzers. Oh baby. That's pretty good. It's just this thing. Hello. Yeah, I don't know if Flash does that. If we do this, I think Flash is pretty good about just adding a point right there and saying, "Screw you, I know where the points go." Wow, actually, look at how that's simplified. That's crazy. That's very simple. So I'm undersimplifying the points. Or am I? No, I think I've got them pretty simple. It's more like the points should be, the control points should be shorter the more acute it is. Oh, baby, that's looking so good, though. Man. No, it's the other way around. Nope. Okay. Angle between, subtract the previous pause from current and then the next pause from current and find the angle between them. I'm not sure about that. The hello world. This is the hello world. If I can draw this, then we've got something. The thing is, I still need to do the shape overlaps. So this situation should reset basically. Am I not simplifying? Why is debug mode on? Right, okay. Weird. But it should then just be false. Straight after that. That's weird. Handle inputs happens every frame, I'm sure of it. What the frick? Oh, you have to press something else? Oof. Okay, fine. Hey, Mr. D-Boy, thank you so much. Okay, so we can toggle it now. Okay, so it toggles constantly. All right. There's a better way to do this. Is it duplicate? Ah, god damn it. Where are you, you jerk? Oh. Keys.contains. Ah, I already solved this. All right. Nice. There we go. Am I going to sell this? No, I'm going to have this be open source. Why is it that when I zoom, I don't know why it does that. Somehow that goes really slow for a bit. Is it because of the points that we're drawing? I don't know what that is. Yeah, at a certain point it starts doubling up. Don't know what that is. Was it maybe the undo stack? I'm not sure what that is. Am I creating a bitmap each zoom change? Nope. Oh, did I? Oh, you're asking if I made the hop to Omachi. Yeah, I have it installed on this PC. I'm not using it right now, but I have it installed. Hop to it? I installed it. So the way this works is I'm creating a bitmap every brushstroke that I, on release, immediately turn into a vector by tracing it. Oh, I don't know what that is. Something happens when we get to a certain size. I've never seen that before. They're really good squiggles, aren't they? What other features? Well, obviously, I mean, we can do the to-do list if you want. Let's check it out. Okay. That's mostly it. Maybe even like image import. Tech support. I suppose primitives is fine. Do I have an opinion on a standard? No, not really. I guess I would. I don't really know what. I don't know how to compare them. I haven't seen them all and side by side to say, oh, this is what I prefer more. I guess the way that I would do it is, I don't like this is provided as is, do whatever you want for it forever. It needs to be something like you cannot sell something that was not sold, that you didn't purchase, or like that you didn't build. So if I'm not charging you for it, you can't charge someone else for it, is an important one. Modify, yes. You know, fork it, do whatever you want. But yeah. Okay. What I would love to do is have like a Patreon for this, if people want to support it specifically. Is that what MIT is? Then I guess MIT is fine. I don't really know them very well. Yeah, that's not very good. All right. I don't want any debugs at all. What is happening here when we're drawing the lines? Get you out of here. Cool. So the next thing on the agenda that we don't have, that I need, is this. These need to merge. But first I really want to solve this thing here. So it might be time to start unit testing. Cool. All right. I think I might leave it there, pals. I have to have some dinner, I have to have a shower, and I want to play at least one game of Age of Empires before I go. Well, before I go to bed. I'm going from the stream. Thank you so much. Yeah, like I think that you should not be able to sell this thing that I built. That's my thing. Like, not even if you modify it, you can't sell it. Everything downstream from here is open source. That's how I would license it. You can't take the thing that I built and then, even if you build 100% of things on top of it, you can, maybe it would be like, if it's a different kind of thing that you're building, like if the nature of what you're building uses this, but it's not this that you're selling, that's, I think, okay. But you can't just extend this and sell it. I don't think so. I wouldn't want that. I'm not doing it for other people to make money off of it. You know, I just want the tool to exist. I just want to draw stuff. I'm so tired of bitmaps that where like, I'm so tired of drawing this and then I can't like go to here and drag this nicely. You know, I can't like mold the shapes that I want the way that I do in pixel art. That's the whole point here. If I'm in Sprite and I'm drawing something and I don't like this edge, I do this and the edge goes away. If I want to replace the color, I do that. And it's perfect. There's no aliasing. There's no weirdness. I mean, there's no anti-aliasing. There's no like, if I select something, it's mathematically, you know, certain, right? There's like a, these are the pixels you selected. Everything that's bitmap has this lossiness to it, where like you rotate something and now it looks different. I hate that. You know, if I take this and I do this to it, now it's a different set of pixels that I'm looking at, right? If I do this and do that, these get blurrier the more I rotate them or warp them. But I like to think about the things that I'm doing. What am I doing here? What's happening? I don't want these lines anymore. Get out of here. I don't know how to get rid of them. Is it Control R? Yeah, there we go. I do use Road Sprite. It's right there. No, it's part of Sprite. Yeah. So like this, you know, that's pretty close to being a vector, right? It's so crisp. Then you use the tool for the thing and it does that thing. You go, hang on, I don't want that. I don't want these anti-aliased weird dumb edges. So like, what's the option? This is the ink tool. This is it. That's as opaque as you can get. Anyway, thanks, pals. That's what I'm making. It's Leonardo but vector. And you get to paint in it. You know, you get to just draw shapes. You're not, what I think people always get caught up on is they go, oh, but you can do that in Inkscape, can't you? No, you can't. In Inkscape, your vectors are like, when you draw with a brush, you're getting the center of the brush SDF'd based on your pressure. It's not it's this. In a lot of these applications, this is what you get. But that's not what we're doing here. We're doing the outer perimeter as the shape, not the internal stroke. That's what Flash did, which is going away soon. Okay. Thank you, chat. We're going to Twitch. Wait a second. Clean rotate for A-Sprite. Okay. Oh no, we'll go. I was going to do maybe a clip for what we're doing today, but maybe once I've got a bit further along. Where are we dropping, boys? Dev Girl, that seems like a cool project. I don't know what that is. Looks like ocean and shadows and tiles. Thanks, everybody. I had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. If you like my content, please check me out on Patreon. You can also, I just launched a new demo for Insignia today. Check that out. And then, if you like it, wishlist Insignia on Steam. Thanks, everyone. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev and Tool Dev live stream. Until next time.